Testing.
Hi, this is Britney Spears, and sometimes my friend can't come to the phone, and this is one of those times. So leave a message at the beep, and baby, they'll call you back one more time. And thanks for calling.
No.
Urbanomic PlaguePod.
It's been a long time. 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 Rockin' the microphone solo with follow procedures. The crowd couldn't wait to see this. Nobody been this long awaited since Jesus. Who wouldn't believe this? I heard the word on the street is I'm still one of the deepest on the mic since Adidas. They said I changed the times from the rhymes that I thought of. So I made some order, put the new world in order. With mathematics, put your status above the average. And help your rappers make paragraphs with graphics. Cause new days is dawning, new ways of performing. Brainstorming, I write and watch the night turn the morning. On and on and I got the whole world responding. I keep it hot, blow the spot without warning. The emperor, well known for inventing a sentence full of adventure, turning up the temperature, rush with adrenaline. How long has it been again to be in the state of mind that Rakim is in? It's been a long time. Rakim, the microphone solo with. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Rakim. When I'm out propping, either hanging or shopping, people see me stop and ask me when the album dropping. The wait is over. In formation like a soldier, like I told you, greater, stronger. Now that I'm older, I broke the code of silence with overloads of talents. My only challenge is not to explode in violence. I'm Asiatic, and blazing microphones a habit. At least once during the course of a day, it's automatic and ghetto apparel. Mine of a Egyptian pharaoh, far from shallow. Thoughts travel like an arrow, a law's monotony. So far they can't stop me. You know, raw one property like Omar Gaddafi. More thoughts than Bibles, recitals, taught disciples. A sort of mic, so words scatter like a rifle. Thoughts is trifle, I'm busting these for you. Hey yo, technical difficulties is through. It's been a long time. Rockin' the microphone solo with. It's been a long time. Rockin' the microphone solo with. It's been a long time. Rockin' the microphone solo with. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. When I flow at night, I show them new heights, I go to right. They know I strike with new prototypes to blow the mic. Critics and biters don't know where my source of light is. Still leave authors and writers with arthritis. Curse kids like the pyramids when they found the style. First to ever let a rhyme flow down to now. The rebirth for hip-hop will be dropped now. Cause the crowd didn't hit the original in the wow. So be alarmed, what you about to see is the bomb. Like 3D and arm, vivid like CD-ROM. Info kept like internet.com. My notebooks, my bond like the Holy Quran. Since I came in the door, said it before. But no, I ain't down with Eric B no more. At night, the open mic be inviting me to rhyme. So yo, I'm online. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Rockin' the microphone solo with. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time, but now it's day 53 or something like that. I don't know who's counting anymore. That's the unmistakable Rakim premiere. Urbanomic PlaguePod.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
You're listening to Urbanomic PlaguePod Live. I can't take it anymore! Yeah, welcome back. Shout out to the chat room crew. Shout out to Vaporwave. To AI on the other side of the planet. Good morning. Shout out to the LA posse. Queen of the Willis. Are you cracking up? under the COVID pressure? Are you losing it under lockdown? Welcome to the Crack Up special. We got some amazing readings for you from some of the all-time classic crack ups from the literary canon, and we have some amazing guests too. We've got Matt Xenogothic reporting from London. We have La Féline, Agnès Gayraud, author of Dialectic of Pop, telling us what's up in France. And we have the mighty Mark Fell, Rotherham's finest purveyor of unusual electronic music, typically without academic affiliation. And they've brought some tunes with them, and we're waiting for your calls. Call in and share the details of your lockdown crack-ups, or call up to take a crack at Corona Quest, the so far unbeaten text-based adventure. Oh yeah, and due to popular demand, I've also been rifling through my archive of unreleased Britney Spears tunes, so we've got some surprises from Britney later. I think Mark's a big Britney Spears fan. We've also got a little CCRU treat for you later on. For the ADEF heads. But hey, let's go straight in and meet our guests who are hanging out on Skype. We're all very tired. I've just been trying to sort out any number of technical hitches which I still don't understand. The snacks are running low, but hey, we're all here. Are we all here? Are you here?
Yes.
Hi there. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on? It's quite a lineup. I don't think any of you have met before, have you?
No.
It's just going to be like, awkward if I try to introduce you all now. So let's just get on with it. We got Matt here. Matt's been blogging his way through lockdown in London. You're getting a bit irate with your fellow Londoners at the moment, aren't you? But you've had a real corona case in the flat. You've survived it, seemingly completely unscathed.
Yeah, it's a little bit extra funny. She can probably hear me, so I don't want to get the wrath later. But my girlfriend had COVID a couple of weeks ago, and is now coming down with a cold. But we're hoping it's not COVID 2.0. But I've dodged all bullets so far. At least physical ones, but yeah, I think last time I was on the PlaguePod, I was being slightly anticipating that I was saying that I felt fine in every sense, right, and anticipated that I would eat my words. And the past 3 weeks have been a bit weird.
Well, we kind of did this ridiculous thing, didn't we? Like on about 10 days into the whole thing, we were talking about how's it affecting our mental health, little thinking that 50 days later we'd still be sitting here not knowing what the hell's going on, and with the government giving us completely confusing signals, and basically just going a bit crazy.
Yeah, I think since then I feel a bit chewed up and spat out the other end. Yeah,
you've been through the whole thing, yeah. Agnès, whereabouts are you in France at the moment?
We started the déconfinement 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So yes, people are starting to go back to work and think it's totally finished, but it's it's a trap.
I think we're having a similar thing here. Yeah, like I think when really everyone was just getting into. I mean, it's been kind of difficult, but people have kind of redefined their lives and created routines around the lockdown situation, and now there's, I think, too much eagerness to get out of it. I mean, we could have just left it for another 2 weeks, Let's just hope that the curve doesn't move back upwards again. But I heard from my mum, who lives in France, that the government were delivering masks. Is that right?
Yes.
Or the mairie were?
Yeah, we got some not very beautiful masks, but we got some. Yeah.
Does that matter? I guess it does.
Yeah. I think, but it's even the reusable, are just usable like 10 times, and then you have to change. So
I see. Right.
It's a bit strange because I don't know why. If you wash it, I guess it's still usable until there is still fabric. But I don't get it. But well, yeah, we had one for 2 people, for 3 people.
I see. Right. Okay.
But the better masks are the one you make by yourself.
Yeah, so you can choose the material, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Your colors.
Apparently, you can make them out of ergonomic T-shirts, and they look especially cool.
Yeah.
So Agnès, we just published a document by Agnès on the Ergonomic website about French pop and the impossibility of French pop, and Agnès is going to be sharing some of the tracks that she talks about in that text, which is kind of, it's quite an old text, isn't it? It's from 2015, but for those of us who have just read Dialectic of Pop, it's kind of like a supplement to the book.
Yes, I wrote it before I started to work on Dialectic of Pop, in 2011, and this text is from 2015, so I was already working on Dialectic of Pop, but then many things changed, and in a way I would not write it the same way today, but that's why it's nice that you call it a document. It's like an archive, of what
right, yeah.
the way I thought at the time. But
so, and it's really interesting because obviously you are a singer yourself, so obviously it's not impossible to sing pop in French, but it's a kind of an enumeration of the strategies which French singers have used in order to twist the French language into something suitable for pop music.
Yeah, and it was already a kind of dialectic between a kind of complex of inferiority and a complex of superiority for French people considering their own language as too poetical for popular music, right. and not enough musically inspired so it was already a kind of dialectic.
Yeah, so we're going to be hearing some of those tunes along the way. I know that you have a small person in the house who wakes up very early, so we'll do that at the front of the show. Let's just say hi to Mark. Mark, how's it going in Rotherham? What's the lockdown like in your neck of the woods?
Hi, Robin. Yeah, it's kind of strange. It's really strange for me being on this kind of 24-hour loop, because previously my life has not... I've just kind of had a completely chaotic lifestyle of travel and deadlines and no real kind of routine at all. And then for the past week, we kind of went into lockdown early because I care for my parents. So we kind of...
So you had vulnerable people.
Yeah, I look after 2 elderly parents.
Right.
So me and my son went into lockdown kind of a few weeks before everyone else. So I think I'm on about week 10 now or something. But yeah, it's kind of all right. It's challenging, but just weird. The weird thing is just the 24-hour loop, because it's just so alien to me, because I've never had a kind of normal job or a normal routine.
Right, so it's like you're living in real time is actually a bit of a trauma for you.
Yeah, I've not been on an aeroplane for about 10 weeks, which is really strange. It's the longest time I've had without being on an aeroplane in probably 15 years or something.
Right.
So, I'm usually just traveling around, but I'm lucky that I live in kind of quite a large house. I have a large garden, vegetables in it. I enjoy cooking.
So you're self-sufficient, so you can put up the barbed wire fence when the zombies come.
Yeah, we're not self-sufficient, but we're pretending to be for a little bit. But yeah, it's hard work. And kind of emotionally exhausting caring for people. But we're kind of just seeming to get through okay. And my partner works on a mental health unit, like a maximum secure.
Oh, really?
And so she's a forensic psychotherapist. So she is isolating separately from us. So we've not actually seen her for a long time
wow,
either.
That's tough. Yeah.
She's in the same house, but we split the house into little bits.
Yeah.
So it's like the house is a kind of fragmented version of what it used to be. So yeah, it's strange. It's hard work, but I'm sure some people have got it much worse.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's what we've been saying all along is, we've got to be aware that people who are actually getting sick and the people who are dealing with those who are sick are having it much harder. But, I mean, there are these kind of psychic symptoms and the kind of, the grindingness of it after all of these days is getting tough for a lot of people, I'm sure. And we're hearing, of course, domestic abuse calls are going up. I'm sure after this there's going to be a kind of mental health backwash that's going to cause problems, with people dealing with that.
Like, I consider myself to be like about as linear as you get in terms of emotional turbulence. I'm like a straight line. And I'm struggling sometimes. I'm like, I'm thinking, Christ, how long is this going to go on, So I can imagine that some people are having a really bad time.
Yeah, right. Okay, so I tell you what, one sad thing since last PlaguePod is that we've lost Mr. Florian Schneider, a huge shining star in the history of electronic music. So in line with Agnès' thinking about French pop, I thought this would be a really nice one to play. And then we'll come back and we'll talk a bit more with our guests about whether they're cracking up or not.
Et nous brisons la glace. Nous sommes les mannequins. Nous sommes les mannequins. les mannequins. Nous sommes les mannequins.
Rob Myers is officially cancelled. Don't be talking that shit in the chat room, Rob. We can see you. It's always too soon to say you don't like craft work. Yeah, that's the rarely heard French version of Show You Dummies. Works in every language, even French.
Commençons à danser. Nous sommes les mannequins. Nous sommes les mannequins.
That's a track by Svetlana Nyani, one of Mark's tracks. Got anything to tell us about that track, Mark?
Sorry?
Anything to tell us about that Svetlana Nyani track? I haven't heard this one before.
I don't know anything about it. I think I just bought it one day.
Right. Yeah, it's nice.
I tend to just randomly hit upon stuff. So yeah, I think that was one I just got off Boomcat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's nothing I can say about it.
I was expecting you to have some shattering sonic insight into that.
No, not at all. I mean, actually, that's true of probably all the stuff that I sent you. It's stuff that I don't know the people that made it.
Yeah.
I don't really know anything about the stuff other than it's just stuff I found trolling the internet or trolling Bandcamp or the Boomcat website.
That's often something that's it's actually quite difficult to do now, to like just find stuff that you don't know anything about, because there's so much information out there about everything.
Yeah.
And I kind of miss that. I actually miss when you used to get music and it used to be like some weird shard of alien content that had come from somewhere else, and you had no idea who these people were or why they were making this kind of noise or what it meant.
Yeah.
That was kind of a regular occurrence in my childhood. I just have these strange kind of auditory objects that would appear, and you didn't have like all this content about who these people are, what their real life is, where they live. It's kind of an interesting thing.
I kind of grew up in the days when, when it was like record collecting was about going to record fairs and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was a kind of research, actually. What it was like, there were some like magazines like Record Collector, etc., that had published discographies and things, but there was no other way of finding out what was out there other than just going and randomly buying stuff.
Yeah.
That you like the look of.
Yeah.
And actually, that was a really good way of doing things, because things were organised by genre or type at the record fairs. So if you were looking for something by whatever Throbbing Gristle, and there was something else next to it in the same rack, and the cover looks good, it was kind of like take a chance on it, and in that way you kind of learn things. And I kind of miss that a lot.
Yeah.
But I went to the record fair recently, and it was really horrible. It's actually probably a few weeks before lockdown. There was one in Sheffield, and I said to Ryan, my son, let's go to this record fair. And it was kind of like we knew exactly what everything was. It was mental.
Your son's doing some
sells.
amazing music now as well. Ryan Trainer. We played a few of his tracks on the PlaguePod. Really lovely stuff. He's now the kind of trendy music producer in the house. It used to be people used to say, Ryan Trainer, he's Mark Fell's son, and now it's like, Mark Fell, he's Ryan Trainer's dad. Yeah, as it should be. Yeah, that's right.
Matt, sorry, did you get cut off then? Were you
what were you going to say, Matt?
Oh no, I was just saying that that weirdness. I know what you mean by that weirdness of record fairs, but it's as if they know what sells now. So there's sort of no. It's less about your discovery and more about what they know they can shift. But I always found that more with libraries. At least back when, probably like late 90s, the last time I think I remember going to a library and having that sort of triple threat, being able to find some weird CDs, whatever they had in stock, some weird books, and then also some weird BBC VHSs lingering in the back, and spent hours doing that.
Well, at my library,
discovering weirdness.
In Rotherham, when I was a kid, in the kind of entrance to the library, there was a shelf of stuff that they were getting rid of. And so it was like 10 pence for an album or something, or 50 pence. And I actually got so many good records.
That still works with library sales. I mean, the books that they're getting rid of, because no one's got them out for 10 years, are bound to be the best books.
Yeah. Good theory.
They're the ones that I'm going to want. So, let's get back to cracking up. Has anyone actually cracked up during lockdown?
No, sometimes I think it would be nice to actually crack up and just think, I've cracked.
That's the stage before cracking up when you start thinking that.
well, maybe it's happening. No, I think if I was going to crack up, there's been plenty of stuff in my life to have triggered that, and it's not done it yet. So, yeah.
I feel like I had a moment, but I was quite curious to ask the musicians on the call if this is a experience. Maybe it's not for you, Mark, but at least the past 2 or 3 weeks, I ended up doing a lot of transcription work. And I know some of that was for you, Robin, but not. It's been quite a bit of that going on. I've spent a lot of the time just like getting really focused into listening and listening really intently to a few, various different things and typing it out. And I'd not done that much quite. So, I spent 2 solid weeks just doing that. And that definitely had me on the edge of something. I felt like I went really a bit inside myself almost of just spending that much in time with headphones on. But I wondered if that was something, if either of you two have been doing much working on music during lockdown and found that to be actually quite unhelpful. I've ended up just going a bit up yourself almost in a sort of mentally anyway, of feeling yourself ricochet between your own 2 ears or something.
Maybe Agnès wants to answer because I've already said quite a bit.
No, I get partly what you say, because sometimes it's blurred. So what I got is, you were talking about the way you feel with music in this particular situation of the lockdown. Is that
at least listening? I think it's more like it's intensely listening.
Yeah. And I would say what is strange. I mean, strangely, of course, I enjoy listening to music, but the lockdown inspired me more in the sense of the way out, like doing music than listening to music, as if I felt like a kind of claustrophobia, like being locked down, and that music already recorded, already archived, would reinforce that feeling. So I enjoyed more the fact to like sing or play guitar or whatever, or try things on Reaper than actually listening. That's a bit strange, but I mean that happens like regularly. I need to listen a lot and then not at all. And that moment was not more a moment of out than in.
People who've been regular listeners to PlaguePod will themselves have heard my slow breakdown from trying to play cool music to gradually getting like to the depths of my hard drive, and last week ending up playing Marillion. So that was kind of a product of I think I've listened to a lot more music during this period than I usually do. I've definitely bought and downloaded a lot more music, but I've also been kind of going back to I guess like being turned in on yourself, being alone, and being kind of introspective starts you going back into your history. So I've been listening to a lot of music that belongs to like decades back into my past, which has been really weird, and then like embarrassingly sharing it with people on the internet. and in fact, I even ended up defending Dire Straits on Twitter last week, but we won't get into that. I'm not going to play Dire Straits, don't worry.
But can I just respond to the point that Agnès made, and to Matt? I think it's important to be aware there are different kinds of listening, and I don't play guitar, but just the act of engaging with a physical object that fills the room with the kind of spectral sort of energy that is quite detailed is kind of quite a pleasant experience. Sitting for hours with a pair of headphones on is a really unpleasant experience, I think. And I think one of the reasons why that is because headphones isolate you from the space. You know, they're just directly going into your ears. And it's actually a very, very tiring way of listening, I think, headphones, because you don't have, they take you out, they remove the space, the sound from the space that you're in. And I think that's quite exhausting. I think the kind of experiences of sound that I really enjoy are the ones where the space itself is kind of like, you know, you hit a guitar and you feel the space around you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of quite almost a kind of meditative kind of experience. So yeah, if I had headphones on for like a few hours, I would go crazy. I can't work on headphones. I find it exhausting. But I find making when I started making music, it was because I thought it was really good fun. And then after a while, I realised it was the hardest job in the world.
And then you decided that you're going to try to make music that made people's brain hurt. In revenge.
No, I was trying to make beautiful music. I've never tried to be up in that. I never tried to hurt people. I was talking to a friend about it. Do you know Carl Michael von Hauswolf?
No.
Really interesting Swedish composer, sound artist. And I was with a group of students in a class and having a Q&A with Carl Michael von Hauswolf. And one of the students asked this, like, why have you decided to make horrible sounds? Like, why are you making these really brutal things? And his response was, well, actually, to me, it's really beautiful, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just being facetious. I was actually going to say, now I'm going to flip and go full simp. I was going to say the only two things that I can listen to when doing any kind of intellectual work, i.e. like actually writing and thinking rather than just doing admin or something, are Eliane Radig's work and Sensate Focus. And I don't know what it is about Sensate Focus, but it's just some kind of, there's something very meditative about it. So, hey, since you're on the show, can I play one now?
Yeah, but tell me which one you're going to play before you play it, because if it's a really bad one, I'm going to
play number 5, X.
I can't remember which one that was.
It's a good one. They're all good, come on.
A bit of that one is nice.
Yeah. Who did you do this one with?
That was me on my own.
Just you. That's why it's the best one.
Oh, it's the best one.
Okay, cool. Let's listen to this, and then we're going to talk with Agnès.
If I play the other side, will you play the other side? Because one side I really like and one side I really don't like.
Which side do you like, the X or the Y?
Which one it is?
You can't remember. Okay.
Until I hear it, I'll be able to say ah.
Right, do you realise this isn't a request show?
Sorry.
It's this one. This is a great one. Come on. This is a good side, isn't it?
Yes, this is a nice bit. It's a bit really nice. And I a bit over and over again.
Come on, this one's good. listening to Urbanomic PlaguePod Live on day 53 with Mark Fell, Agnès Gayraud and Matt Colquhoun, Xenogothic, crackups. Shout out to Enrico in the chat room. Big up Italian crew. There's Sensate Focus, a man like the Mark Fell, and this is one of Mark's selections for the PlaguePod tonight. Sonia, not that Sonia. Let Love Flow.
Let love flow on, baby. Let love be free. I reach for you, honey. You reach for me. We'll do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. We'll do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. Getting into each other, yes, we'll unite. And we'll let love's vibrations lead us aright. We'll do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. We'll do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. Holding and touching, honey, let's get it on. And make a pretty baby, that isn't wrong. Let's do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. Let's do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. Getting into each other, yes, we'll unite. And we'll let love's vibrations lead us aright. We'll do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. Let's do the things together only lovers do. Let love flow on, baby. Let love flow on, baby. Let love be free. I reach for you, honey. you reach for me. Let's do the things together only lovers do. Let the flow on, baby. Let's do the things together only lovers do. Let the flow on, baby.
Yeah, Sonia Spence, Let Love Flow. Selection from Mark Fell, going out to all the lovers. Especially those rent asunder by coronavirus. Okay, let's talk to Agnès about French pop. Agnès, are you still there?
Yeah.
Hi. So,
hi
right.
again.
So I just translated this nice text on the website. French pop, French pop's forked tongue, and it begins with the rather surprising statement that it's impossible to sing in French, and then you go on to talk about
by Rousseau.
By Rousseau, exactly right.
Jean-Jacques.
So, as far back as Rousseau, which in your book, in fact, you talk about this in a sense as the birth of pop, as you describe it, right? Which is with the magic flute, this kind of magical combination of immediate appeal and musical quality, which pop kind of searches for, the utopia of pop. Everybody can enjoy immediately without having to have any knowledge, and yet it has a kind of a richness and a quality to it. So Rousseau says it's impossible to sing in French, and you kind of affirm this, that there's a certain kind of impossibility involved, but then you talk about the ways in which French pop singers have tried to adapt the French tongue so that it works in the environment of pop music and rock music. But firstly, why is it impossible? What's the difficulty? Is it a contingent historical difficulty, or is it something inherent to the language itself?
Well, actually, it can sound a bit surprising for chanson française amateur, people that enjoy this tradition, because actually there is a very long tradition of chanson in French, which is one can be proud of with no problem, actually. But here this specific difficulty of pop is introduced when we have to treat the language and the music as the same material in their co-plasticity, in a way, in their and that appears to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who is really who's enjoying especially the opera buffa, the Italian opera buffa, which is in a way a kind of ancestor of popular music as we know it in its modern sense. And that happens too when we are experiencing popular music in the 20th century, when its kind of lettre de noblesse or its kind of DNA has been determined by a certain economic and cultural domination by the Anglo-American world. Right, yeah. So that makes a difference. It's not actually that people cannot write songs or that there is no songwriting, because there is a very long history of songwriting in France. But it's more when it comes to the pure expressivity of a song language and that's funny, because I come back to this idea that this text is the kind of archive, because I think the difference between this text and Dialectic of Pop is that in this text I didn't distinguish. I didn't separate my tastes from my philosophical quest in a way. So here I'm more describing the feeling of the singer I am or I was, like trying to find a way to trying to find a strategy to yes, be okay with what I sing, to not feel uncomfortable with the possibilities of expressivity of my language. But actually, people could tell, like reading this text. For example, when you're playing the Mannequin, Les Mannequins by Kraftwerk, it's a perfect equilibrium, because in a way it's a perfect balance, because there is no expressivity. There is this kind of froideur which looks which is like quite which sounds elegant for me, but in a way it's a judgment of taste here. And a fan of Edith Piaf would say, I don't care, I don't want froideur because it's French. I want someone who yells in the street and with a lot of pathos. But me being who I am and grown up in the 80s, and I felt more like kind of afraid, because that gave what we call in France variété. And variété,
right. Kind of like entertainment.
And that's when the impossibility takes shape, appears in a way. It's because variété is the point where popular music sound like kitsch, or I don't have the exact words in English, but something, corny, and it sounds lots of. It's as if pathos or soul, as I say, was a very difficult thing to express in French without looking phony, without looking. Or trying to imitate an expressivity that actually we're not able to produce this way. So that's why in this document about the folk language of pop, it seems that the kind of the perfect balance is that moment in the 80s where people started to sing like robots, and that is very well.
It starts working, But from the very earliest kind of stirrings of rock and roll, obviously in the post-war years, there was a kind of eagerness in France to participate and to be kind of be a part of this rock and roll culture. So there were various kind of strategies evolved over the years that you describe, in which French songwriters have tried to make their way into the poposphere, or the rock and roll world. The first of which is adaptation. So can you just describe briefly what adaptation?
Yes, adaptation was in fact, in the whole Europe, my mother is Spanish, and it's funny because every time she hears a song, she knows the equivalent in Spanish, and a song of the back of the Times of the 60s. So it was something that people used to do in Italy, Spain, and France, and that meant to adapt, that to rewrite the songs, the big success, and to rewrite them in sometimes with lyrics that were totally different, and usually lyrics that were smoother, losing a bit of their sharpness, and there is a terrible version of Ape Man by the Kinks, by Serge Lama, which is called Superman, and which is basically it becomes I don't know, it's a kind of stupid character of a sexist character, but like being proud of himself with no
it's
kind
of interesting though, right? Because it's not even a translation; it's kind of an awkward transliteration, but which then becomes what a kind of very awkward version of a Deleuze-Guattarian devenir, right? Because the thing gets changed in the process of trying to
that's
fit
why
it with
it's called adaptation,
right?
Because it was not only supposed to be to reproduce to seduce the French audience speaking French, but also to become more adequate to a supposed French spirit, or French culture. And surprisingly, French people were it's as if they considered French couldn't hear the dark things that the real original song was talking about.
So all the songs that we were talking about, they're all linked from the document on the website, but we're going to play one of these adapted hits. So can you explain just quickly? So what are the lyrics saying in the French version? We won't say what song it is because you'll be able to hear. But this is Marie Douceur, Marie Colère, sung by Marie Laforette. What is she saying?
She's talking about. She's describing herself as a girl through the eyes of a boy that considers her like Sweet Mary. It's Sweet Mary, but Angry Mary. And so she says, you think I'm Sweet Mary, but one day I'll become Angry Mary. Okay. So it's quite a beautiful adaptation. It has nothing to see with the original text. No, you will see who. But so the text is not bad. And Marie Laforêt was this kind of singer de variété, but variété of the 60s that managed to have a kind of a style, a deepness that made her like more interesting than many others of the at the same moment.
Marie Laforette, Marie Douceur, Marie Colère. Have you guessed it yet?
Marie douceur, c'est ainsi que tu me surnommes. Tu crois bien sûr me connaître mieux que personne. Marie Colère existe aussi, fais bien attention. Je te l'ai déjà dit 100 000 fois sur tous les tons. Marie douceur a beaucoup de patience. Oui, mais un jour tu verras entrer dans la danse. Marie Colère avec des éclairs dans les yeux. Je sais lequel aura le plus peur de nous deux. Marie douceur est avec toi bien trop gentille. Si tu persistes à regarder les autres filles, Marie Colère ne sera plus du tout d'accord et sautera sur toi toute griffe dehors. Marie douceur aime bien chanter des ballades, mais ne t'y fie pas trop, un bon conseil prends garde. Marie Colère adore les éclats de voix, alors choisis entre les autres filles et moi. Marie douceur, c'est ainsi que tu me surnommes. Tu crois bien sûr me connaître mieux que personne. Marie Colère est maintenant là devant toi. Marie douceur n'est plus qu'un souvenir déjà.
Marie Laforêt doing the impossible and adapting the Rolling Stones into French. That's not bad, really. I think it's quite an impassioned performance. She adds something, a bit of her own style to it.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. And what is it's nice also to see. Do you hear the way she rolls the R? Like and it's as if there was a part of Edith Piaf, and it's also the idea that it's rock and roll, and what could be a French rock and roll. So you have to come back to the street, the La Rue, and the idea of La Rue is Edith Piaf. So it's really not like the street, the real street of the 60s. It's already something that is culturally crystallized in this very desuete, obsolete idea of the streets. So that's
it's really
another
a kind of patchwork
of
of different historical styles and sonic textures and vocal textures added together to kind of imagine what a French rock and roll would be.
What? Can you tell me again what you said?
I'm just saying it's a kind of a patchwork of elements taken from the Anglo-American rock and roll and elements taken from the vocal texture and style of the what's come before in France.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then the second category that you talk about is replicas. What's the difference between the adaptation and the replica?
Well, replicas understood the fact that this new kind of popular music that was rock and roll in the 50s was not separable from incarnation. It was not only a question of singing or adapting the melody, but also to incarnate, like with your clothes and your haircut and things like that. And so we had. And it's the same then for adaptation in Italy, in Spain, and in France. We had this second Elvis, second Eddie Cochran, this kind of imitation, but in speaking their own language, but like playing the second role or second character or kind of copy, but a proud copy, and always also a very well-informed copy. For example, Eddie Mitchell, his real name is very French and very unsexy, is Claude Moine. Moine means monk. So it's the contrary of the idea of sulfurous rock and roll. And Claude Moine named himself Eddie Mitchell, and he was a huge fan of country music and of Eddie Cochran and rock and roll, early rock and roll, and also of course of Elvis Presley. And for example, there is this song that is called "Sur la route de Memphis." So
we're gonna hear this one now,
Yeah, and in this song, so we can it's an INA archive. The INA is they are in the INA. You have all the archive of French TV, and we see him, and he looks like Elvis in the 70s, but a blonde Elvis, and no, absolutely not the Elvis face, of course. But you see this kind of. Its replica is an adaptation that becomes completely mimetic of the persona incarnated by Elvis.
Right. So at the time when this record, for example, was coming out, was it understood as being nostalgic, or was it understood as being kind of current?
Nostalgic, because it was happening quite at the same time, so it was more the fact that in a world without the internet, it was they were representing people that knew that something really cool and really fun was happening musically out there, and they were giving they were kind of transmitting this experience, living it, mimicking it. But so it was not kind of nostalgia. It was more. I think you could, if you felt young and wanting for. Yes, hoping for new sounds and new things. Right. It was not looking funny at all. It was funny. It was interesting. It was exciting. So it became afterwards like more obsolete or nostalgic, of course. But at the time, I don't think so.
So I guess from adaptation to replica, from translation to cosplay. So this is Eddie Mitchell, Sur la route de Memphis. And this is a song that he wrote himself, yeah?
Yeah, it's a great song.
So this is not a cover anymore, yeah.
Yeah.
J'écoutais le disque jockey dans la voiture qui me traînait sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis. Et la radio me vantait un truc débile qui m'endormait sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis. Je viens vers toi, tu m'attends dans ta robe blanche. L'amour en province ressemble un peu à un dimanche. Sur le siège avant, le chauffeur buvait de la bière en regardant l'heure. Sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis. À la place du mort, un chien loup peut jeter un regard un peu fou sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis. Je viens vers toi, mais pas dans une Rolls blanche. Dans un costume un peu élimé aux manches. J'ai le droit de me taire et fumer en gardant mes menottes au poignet sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis. Pour une fois les flics ont gagné. Vers chez toi je ne fais que passer sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis. Sur la route de Memphis.
That's Eddie Mitchell, Sur la route de Memphis. Real
it's
French country.
1976, so it's 1 year before Elvis died.
Right.
And so it's not nostalgic. It's it's very close musically from I don't know, like a Suspicious Mind, late songs of Elvis. Okay. Beautiful late song.
Nice. So we're going to talk about some of the other ways in which French has adapted to pop a little later. But I wanted to play our first crack up reading. We've tried to assemble a group of readings from fiction and non-fiction which depict the moment of crack up. And this one is one that I just discovered very recently, and it's actually I guess it's carrying a little on the French theme. It's a very French crack up. But let me first do a little poll in the room here. What's the longest time that you've ever been on your own without seeing another person?
Gosh.
Wow.
Are you asking us three, Robin?
I'm asking you, yeah. There's no one else in the room. This is the room.
It's really easy. I once went to Mexico to do a show, two or three shows, some one weekend, and then I had a week in Mexico City, and then I had some shows the weekend after. And as soon as I arrived in Mexico City, I got food poisoning. So I did this one show, got off stage, went to the hotel room, spent a week there, not seeing anyone, and then did the show and then came home.
Right, so a week shut in a hotel room with what, room service and delirious dreams.
Service, just like lots of toilet roll and water and bottles of water.
People would kill for that now, all that toilet roll.
Yeah, I actually know the place to go to get. I found I got really serious about the whole lockdown thing. So like we got an account at like a Whole Food wholesalers and bought loads of everything we needed, and then we just went to a catering supply shop and ordered you know those like toilet rolls that you get in public toilets.
Yeah. That's really obscure.
I can't remember being alone. Well, even one day. Like maybe 3 days, I'll say, like randomly. Yeah. 3 days, maybe, when I was writing my PhD.
Right. Matt, any...
You 3 days to write a PhD, wow.
No, that's not what I said.
That's because there was no interruptions. Three straight days.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like there'll always be someone that'll pop up. But I mean, I'm an only child and was always quite comfortable doing my own thing. So I can imagine I've probably gone a week at some point and not really thought much of it.
Yeah. I mean, of course, the other thing is like being on your own now is not quite the same as it was once. I mean, there's various degrees, isn't there? You know, we communicate in so many different ways. But the reason I'm asking is because this first reading is from a book that I just read recently, which is kind of part of my research, which I was discussing with Catherine a few PlaguePods ago about isolation. And this is a book by Michel Siffre, a French speleologist, a cave explorer, who decided to go and live in a cave for 2 months in order to experiment on how it changed his perception of time. So he was interested in what would happen to your perception of time if you had no clocks, no kind of indications of what time it was at all for a long period of time. So he spent 63 days in complete darkness. The best thing is that not only was he in a cave, in a tent, but he was camped on a glacier. So they found this really interesting cave that had a glacier, and he decided to go and camp there in his tent. And it's a really interesting book. It was a very pioneering experiment, and one that at the time he found it very hard to get any support for. But the story of his experience and the results were very interesting. But so basically, all he did was he would call up. They had a telephone line. He would call up to the surface when he thought it was, or when he woke up, and then when he went to sleep. So he would give his impression of how many hours he thought he'd been awake and how many hours he'd been asleep, and they would then compare that at the end of the experiment. So, but this was my favourite part, which was the part when he kind of starts cracking up, but then says that he didn't actually crack up, and then he didn't tell anybody about it afterwards until he wrote the book. And many thanks to our great friend François Gebonnet, who has voiced this in the style to which it deserves. So this is an extract from Michel Siffre's book, Beyond Time.
Ergonomic PlaguePod.
Yes, my tent became my universe. Its effect upon my mind was remarkable. When I left the light bulb on and went outside, the tent glowed in the cold darkness with a redness that was singularly comforting. From the moraine, I often looked back at it with a feeling of love. It represented security and shelter, no matter how spacious that security and shelter, which was threatened constantly by the caves in of rock and ice. But it was my hearth and home, and I loved it accordingly, feeling that thanks to it I could hold out against the hostile elements surrounding it. The occasionally terrifying sensation of infinite space that the impenetrable darkness of the caverns gave me vanished when I was inside my tent, even though the stars did not turn overhead, and the days and nights did not succeed each other as they do over all the other tents in the world. My tent was outside the world. It was an entity in itself. And the night never came to an end, but was always there, silent and eternal. The subterranean night is different from night on the earth's surface, for it is absolute, whereas on the surface, no matter how dark it is, there is always a glimmer of twilight on the horizon, or of stars in the firmament. In the cave, nothing is visible. In this dark void I sometimes felt disembodied, as if nothing subsisted but my mind, my thoughts. There were times when my mind reeled and I felt close to insanity, but very quickly I recovered self-control. I shall never forget the first time I looked at myself in the small mirror I had brought down. What a weird sensation. Another self stared back at me, already transformed by a shaggy beard and lank hair. I looked like a tramp. My face was pale and drawn. Around my eyes, the glaring light of the naked bulb showed dark rings. My face was puffy and swollen, no doubt from the humidity and hyperhydration of the skin. From then on, the mirror was always on my work table, or on the set of folding shelves, always within reach. I often stared at myself. The real Michel Siffre looked at Michel Siffre, who was changing from day to day, who was growing visibly old. This gave me a sensation similar to the one I had when I listened to my voice on the tape recorder, a sensation hard to define but by and large terrifying. I felt my personality splitting up and was occasionally not entirely master of myself. One day, for instance, I found myself singing at the top of my voice, and I kept it up for some time. I told myself, I am exteriorizing. I had an urge to surpass my tape-recorded voice. With the looking glass in one hand and the microphone in the other, I was acting and at the same time watching myself act. I had two personalities for one body. This sensation was all the more unreal because my mind was still alert and critical. I quite realized where I was. 425 feet underground. For a brief instant, I pondered the possibility of escaping this prison, alone, without ladders. Then, as if to prevent such a thing, I shut the tent as tightly as possible and turned out both my stoves. For the first time, the interior of the tent became hot, too hot for my layers of thick clothing. So I stripped down to my black silk tights. My thin body, really skeletal, filled me with horror, and at the same time, with a wild kind of glee. I put on a jazz record, a twist, that adorable Hay had given me just before I descended and began to dance a few wild steps in less than a square yard of space. Suddenly I thought of the fuel I was burning uselessly and turned off my stoves. I had only 3 tanks of butane gas, which had to last till the end of my voluntary imprisonment. I had estimated it would give me 70 hours of fuel. If I use it up like this to warm myself, I would be in a desperate situation toward the end. And I also thought of Admiral Byrd and the time he was almost poisoned by the carbon monoxide gas. Needless to say, I never told my comrades on the surface of this strange interlude when I was not mad, but behaved like a madman.
Lover, please, please come back. Don't take a train coming down the track. Don't, please, don't leave me. Don't leave me in misery. You would never hold me so near. You would never call me dear. Don't you know I'd die for you? Now you've gone, that's what I'll do. Lover, please, please come back. Don't take a train coming down the track. Don't, please, don't leave me. Don't leave me in misery. She's gone, she's so sad. Lover, please, please come back. Don't take a train coming down the track. Don't, please, don't leave me. Don't leave me in misery. You would never hold me so near. You would never call me dear. Don't you know I'd die for you? Now you've gone, that's what I'll do. Lover, please, please come back. Don't take a train coming down the track.
Reading by François Géborny from Michel Siffre's book Beyond Time, the heroic adventure of a scientist's 63 days spent in darkness and solitude in a cave 375 feet underground. And here's another selection from Mark, which he's not going to tell us anything about this, but he chose it. Okay. So apparently Mark is going to tell us something about this track. Who's this, Mark? Folke de Marcia. No, I'm just hearing white noise. Hello? Anyone there?
I can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Quiet, Robin.
Oh, sorry. What were you going to tell us about the track that we just heard?
Well, it's performed by a friend of mine, Claire Salomon, who is from the Society of... I'm just looking at their website now. Society of Strange and Ancient Instruments.
Oh, great. Yeah.
So one of the things I'm doing over this lockdown period is I'm kind of making some basically compositions. It sounds I don't really like the word composition, but I guess that's what I'm doing. Making some music for Claire to perform. So I'm kind of basically taking that piece and sort of revisiting it, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know what that piece is. It's very old, and we just were talking one day, and I was like, it would be a nice way to do something. It means we can work without actually having to be in the same room together.
Because we were talking the other day, you were telling me some really interesting stuff about how you've kind of adapted your practice of working with musicians to the lockdown situation. So you're still working on some projects with groups of musicians, but without ever being in the same room.
Yeah. With this group called the Explore Ensemble, and I think they're based in Oxford. I mean, right now the members are all just scattered around all over the place. So I've kind of been each week I've been giving them these kind of exercises to do that are about, like, one of the things that when I work with people who perform music on acoustic instruments, especially the ones that are like been through some kind of extremely brutal classical training or something, what I like to do is kind of give them things that are very, very simple from a technical point of view, but really difficult to do in terms of processing the information that they need to process to actually make the piece. So this is one of the things I'm working on with them, is like a series of like different sets of on durations and off durations that they have to kind of cycle through, but they kind of go in and out of phase. So you have to look at the two lists, like for the one list for the on duration, one list for the off duration, and the lists are of different lengths. So they kind of go in and out of sync with each other, sort of.
So you're basically making like a musician ensemble into a human super collider.
Well,
programming them.
Yeah. Well, giving them kind of very simple algorithmic structures that a computer would do would be quite, you could do it very, very easily.
Yeah.
Be no seat bar, any registers, any CPU load.
Right. So, but it's in kind of in the difficulty of the humans doing it that actually makes it interesting and produces an interesting effect.
And a cognitive load, basically. Right. It's like it's on the border of what it's a bit like, that exercise where you pat your stomach and rub your head or something.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that, but a bit more so, and it really. It's a way of engaging with time that is completely alien to sort of musical scores or people that have been brought up in that tradition. And I really like the idea that they're going to struggle doing it, and what happens when they are struggling doing it, sort of, if you know.
So does that kind of put them more immediately in contact with what they're doing, because they don't have the safety of their musical knowledge to kind of sit behind and be confident about what they're doing?
Yeah, it's kind of like, in that sense, it's kind of like taking them out of that familiar sort of way of working as a way of Because I'm not from that background, and I really don't like classical music at all. It's a way of statement towards that tradition, I guess.
Yeah.
But in another sense, like the way I work with machines and other bits of equipment, is that my influences are kind of mainly from structuralist film and things like that, where the emphasis is on foregrounding the character of the machines that you're using to make the thing with. So it's not about transmitting messages or meanings or expression. That might happen, but that isn't the primary purpose of the work.
Yeah, right.
For me, the purpose of the work is to explore the character of the machines and processes and materials that you're working with, which I think is a very traditional thing, by the way. I don't think it's anything particularly unusual. And so what I'm trying to do with the human performers is actually treat their kind of cognitive mechanism as if it was some kind of filter or effects unit that I'm putting information through, and it's going through the human and it's being changed, and in that sense kind of foregrounding what it is that the humans do to it. If that
cool.
makes sense.
So I guess we could also quickly give away our secret, which was that we were talking about this because we're working on a book together that's going to come out next year, which is super exciting for me. I'm really looking forward to working on that, and it's going to be kind of like not a traditional artist catalogue essay book. It's going to be all of your own stuff, right?
Yeah, well, we were talking
not just texts.
Yeah, we were talking about doing something, and then like for a lot of artists like me, the way to get a book out is you get some really nice photos and you get all the people you really respect to write something nice about you. And we decided against going that route, and that I should basically bite the bullet and write the stuff. But the kind of format, we've not really finalised it yet, have we? But the format is going to be sort of a lot of short sections, some of which are kind of critical text, some are a bit more kind of poetic, I guess, and then like some kinds of exercises that people can do, and diagrammatic sorts of scores and things like that. So yeah, we've not really finalised it.
But I know it's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of hard work, but because I've not started yet. But yeah, it's a nice. It will be a nice opportunity just to kind of put on a lot of thoughts in one place, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So that's great. So that's one to look out for next year. So I'm going to play one more of your selections. What's this one? We need music. We need music.
Yeah, this one is just a really great house track. A friend of mine, DJ Sprinkles, I was at his house and we were just hanging out, and this was on, and I was like, oh my god, this is great. And we kind of, although we do very different things, the kind of key crossover in our interests is sort of North American house music from 1992.
yeah. So this is kind of is this the same source material that you use in Sensate Focus?
No, I mean the Sensate Focus stuff is influenced by this kind of work, that it deals with the kind of structures and vocabulary that this sort of work tends to use, but it's but yeah, I guess the Sensate Focus stuff, I've not actually done any of that stuff for a while now, but it was about
I just discovered the one you did with Heatsick like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, well that was
a quiet
remix. That was a remix of his first album, and Bill Pan said, do you want to do a remix? And I was like, yeah, let's do it. And it kind of turned into a bit more of a reinterpretation. I mean, I'm happy to call it. I'm not really into this whole remix culture. I think a lot of people ask me to do remixes, and I'm just like, why don't you just make a good track in the first place?
You know what? I got a lot of stick last week because people were saying that my goth Britney Spears remixes weren't real remixes; they were just mashups. I just say to them, listen, in Cornwall, a remix is whatever we call a remix. Just ask, you know who.
Yeah, well, I mean, my objection is that I think it often people do remixes and it's just lazy and it's just like a way of selling.
What, you mean
more
like remixes for cash?
Yeah. I mean, I never ask anyone to remix my stuff. I just think, what's the point in that? Like,
I'd love to see someone try, to be honest.
Well, they could probably do a decent job of it. They might make a good.
I would like to see Calvin Harris
but
remix.
I'm more into collaboration. If I want to work with someone, I'm like, let's hang out and do some projects together. Let's not just. I don't just want to. If I respect someone, I would want to do more than just give them something to remix.
Yeah.
Or at least do something that, like, I'll give them some kind of patterns and they give me some patterns and there's some kind of more interesting crossover going on. Not that I'm against that culture, you know, like I'm kind of, at heart, I am a kind of house and techno kid, but it's just not me, if you know what I mean. It just doesn't fit.
Well,
but anyway,
the
this
Heat
is a
Sick
great
track was amazing though. Cool.
Yeah.
And big shout out to Jackie in the other side of the house listening in.
Yeah. She's not joining in on the chat or something, is she?
Yeah, she's telling us all sorts of stuff about you.
Music.
You're listening to Ergonomic PlaguePod. Remember, there's still Corona Quest. No one's calling in. And call in if you've got any interesting lockdown crackups to tell us about. It's day 53, nearly 54.
Music.
one occasion, indicative even to itself, it was in a car being driven by the sister of its thing, the ruin. It was night, on a motorway. The journey took several hours. During the previous night, Christmas Eve, it had followed its usual course into fanatically prolonged artificial insomnia. It had spent the time devoted to futile writing practices. It still pretended to be getting somewhere and was buoyant with ardent purpose. But that's another story, an intolerably intricate and pointless one. It was accompanied to the early hours by a repetitive refrain from next door, a mediocre but plausible rock song whose insistent lyric circled around the words, "Going to hell." It knew these words were for it, and laughed idiotically. They must really love the new CD they got for Christmas, it thought, equally idiotically. In the car, it listened to the radio for the whole journey. Each song was different, the genres varied, the quality seemingly above average, the themes tending to the morbid. "This is a cool radio station," it said to its sister. "The radio isn't on," its sister replied, concerned. Vaung learnt that the ruin's unconscious contained an entire pop industry. The ruin learnt that it had arrived, somewhere on the motorway. Nothing more was said about it. Why upset your family? After an eon of speed and revelation in its sister's car, the ruin is locked into a solitary trajectory. It works all night in its office, entangled in Byzantine Kabbalistic researches. It thinks its trilobite of a computer, a dedicated word processing machine, is a semiotic revelation from the abyss. Calling to a being named Kan-Sa, it is rewarded with an alien voice. The tone is absurdly high-pitched. Ancient demonists described this tone as silvery. The ruin had been seeking a monster, Vaung, but the voice merely castigates it for its moral squalor. "You're so horrible," may have been the first message. The tapes are corroded. All the ugliness in the universe was already impacted into this new regime. Real ugliness, God, guilt, man and the law of acceptance. It took a long time, many months at least, for the ruin's defining passion to subside into smouldering hatred. Eventually, the voices, who seemed to have multiplied, raped it. They did so physically, through trickery, over the course of one unbearably protracted night of filth and misery. The details are too revolting to relate. The ruin could speak to itself now, audibly, but in its own head. It renounced everything it had ever wanted, rebaptized the voices Smurfs, and disintegrated into depressive nihilism. To be raped by a monster? Who knows? To be raped by celestial moralists? Vaung laughs.
Where are you all
coming from?
From Smurfland where we belong.
Are you talking just like us?
No, we Smurf, it's much less fuss.
Do you do things that we don't dare?
We are real Smurfs, so we don't care.
This is a song with a nice refrain.
Yes, we will sing it once again.
The Flute Smurf begins. Yes.
That's one crack up we couldn't miss out tonight. That's from Frank Newman, of course, The Dirty Joke. And this is Father Abraham.
And now, the second part. And now, all together. Can you crawl through a water tap?
Yes, we Smurf through a water tap.
And climb through a smoky hole?
Yes, and through a smoky hole.
Can you play a tune on a flute?
Did you hear that? Smurfs can climb through a smoky hole.
The Smurfs like to dance and croon.
Yes, but
fucking
only
weird.
to this tune.
Okay.
Hey, who's Smurfing out of key? Come on, sing in tune.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I believe we have a traveller on the line for Corona Quest. Right, we got a traveller in the house. Hey, Mark, do you know about Corona Quest? Because there's some call for you to play too. No, it's
should
not
we
quiet.
play together or?
No, it's each traveller for themselves. So.
Okay.
Yeah, who have we got on the line here? Alex. Yeah, how are you doing? How's lockdown going?
It's going okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty surreal being on here. I've been listening to this a lot, so.
Oh, nice one. Where are you?
I'm in the heartland of rural Sussex. I was meant to go to Japan, but my flight got cancelled. I was in London before, but
well, that's bad news.
Hoping to go back soon.
Yeah. And who are you locked down with?
Just my mum and brother, little brother.
Yeah.
So just looking after the family.
Yeah, cool. No crackups yet.
No, not so far. I mean, I've just been trying not to lose my mind, really.
What about snacks? What snacks are you representing for?
What snacks?
Yeah, snacks. That's the important issue.
Right. I mean,
this shouldn't be something you have to think about. Like, you should know your snack. What's your snack? What's your snack of choice?
I'm gonna say bread.
Bread's not a snack.
Does that not count?
Well, yeah, I guess so. Just bread on its own.
Just
dry bread.
Just some bread, yeah.
That's like a proper austere lockdown
sandwich.
snack. Toast sandwich. Nice. Okay, so have you been listening to the previous contestants on Corona Quest? Do you have a strategy? Do you have a plan?
Okay. So yeah, is this like a D&D style? Does it start off with some kind of directions, or?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you've listened to it before and if you have a plan for what you're going to do.
I have listened to it.
You've been listening to all the PlaguePods, but you don't have any idea what Corona Quest is. You're a very suspicious character.
The Corona Quest parts I haven't been listening so hard to most of the tunes in discussion, but
let us see how you get on.
Okay.
It's not easy. It's not for the faint-hearted, this. Welcome, traveller. What is your name?
My name, Alex.
You are in a dirty and festering living room. You can see a rucksack and a pair of hard pants. A broken PlayStation controller lies on the floor along with a multitude of empty instant noodle pots and peanut punch cartons. Internal doors lead to the east and west. To the north, the front door is open. You're finding it hard to breathe and you have a fever. You have no pants on. You can go north, east or west. You cough. You cough. You cough. Traveller, what would you like to do? Anyone else want to have a go? You cough.
Everybody's asleep now.
That was like the least convincing effort so far. Over 4 weeks of Corona Quest. Your lungs are beginning to hurt and you feel very hot and sleepy.
It was the hard pants that did it.
You cough. Fantastic. Well, I mean, I could just wait until the end, but it's going to take a long time. You cough. Let's play Leo Ferré, and Agnès, you can tell us about this track afterwards. Another Corona Quest casualty fell at the first hurdle.
Tout est affaire de décor, changer de lit, changer de corps. À quoi bon puisque c'est encore moi qui moi-même me trahis, moi qui me traîne et m'éparpille, et mon ombre se déshabille dans les bras semblables des filles où j'ai cru trouver un pays. Cœur léger, cœur changeant, cœur lourd, le temps de rêver est bien court. Que faut-il faire de mes jours? Que faut-il faire de mes nuits? Je n'avais amour ni demeure, nulle part où je vis ou meurs. Je passais comme la rumeur, je m'endormais comme le bruit. Est-ce ainsi que les hommes vivent? Et leurs baisers au loin les suivent. C'était un temps déraisonnable, on avait mis les morts à table, on faisait des châteaux de sable, on prenait les loups pour des chiens, tout changeait de pôle et d'épaule. La pièce était telle ou non drôle, moi, si j'y tenais mal mon rôle, c'était de n'y comprendre rien. Dans le quartier Hohenzollern, entre la Sarre et les casernes, comme les fleurs de la luzerne, fleurissaient les seins de Lola. Elle avait un cœur d'hirondelle sur le canapé du bordel. Je venais m'allonger près d'elle dans les hoquets du piano là. Est-ce ainsi que les hommes vivent? Et leurs baisers au loin les suivent. Le ciel était gris de nuages, il y volait des oies sauvages qui criaient la mort au passage, au-dessus des maisons des quais. Je les voyais par la fenêtre, leur chant triste entrait dans mon être, et je croyais y reconnaître du Rainer Maria Rilke. Elle était brune et pourtant blanche, ses cheveux tombaient sur ses hanches, et la semaine et le dimanche, elle ouvrait à tous ses bras nus. Elle avait des yeux de faïence et travaillait avec vaillance pour un artilleur de Mayence qui n'en est jamais revenu. Est-ce ainsi que les hommes vivent? Et leurs baisers au loin les suivent. Il est d'autres soldats en ville, et la nuit montent les civils. Remets du rimel à tes cils, Lola, qui t'en ira bientôt. Encore un verre de liqueur. Ce fut en avril à 5 heures, au petit jour que dans ton cœur, un dragon plongea son couteau. Est-ce ainsi que les hommes vivent? Et leurs baisers au loin les suivent. Comme des soleils révolus.
That's Leo Ferré. Est-ce qu'ainsi que les hommes vivent, in my bad French. Attempt to inject.
It's Leo Ferré.
Leo Ferré.
And how do you feel, guys, with this kind of music? That's what I don't want to talk. I want to hear you about it. How do you feel when you hear that? Does it sound very old and odd? And
I'm a big fan
Leo
of
Ferré.
I'm a big fan of Yves Montand. I like that kind of music, but it doesn't sound like it sounds like a strange artifact to exist in the kind of pop era. When did this record come out?
It's not Yves Montand. It's Leo Ferré. This
but
one.
It's a similar style, though, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But Leo Ferré was supposed to be quite more like a character, a very eccentric character. He lived with a monkey. Yeah, an ape. Okay. You know, he's a wife and an ape, and. It was, yes, and it's really the paragon of lyricism in French, right. Pathos, you know. And so here it's kind of after, he uses a text of Aragon, Louis Aragon, which is a great French communist poet. So you have this kind of authenticity. French in its deep feelings of political involvement and vision of man in front of difficulties and existentialism. I don't know. All this stuff is going on here. But it's really, really, really French. So I always wonder how does it sound like, as Mark said, when he uses human material and give it in new information and transform it. So I'd like to hear you about how you feel, materially speaking, or sound. In the pure aspect of sound, how do you hear this kind of information, which is quite loaded with significance, but that you don't understand actually? So, how does it feel?
Question to me?
Yeah, or no, to all of you. Yeah, but yeah, also to you.
The thing is, when I studied French at school for quite a long time and then forgot nearly all of it, so I can understand a little bit of French, but if I'm asked to speak it, I would have difficulty forming sentences. But whenever I hear French language, just the language itself has such a strong character, like it always sounds like so sophisticated, like they're talking about existentialism or something, or yeah, I guess it's difficult to get beyond the cliches of what it represents, if you see what I mean. But in our chat window in Skype, I was there's the public chat thing, but I'm also sending messages in Skype that no one's reading, it seems. But
yes, I do.
The Tom Club, that?
Yeah, of course.
Is really great. That's in French. And I think it's great because it's in French, actually. I think if that was sung in English.
I quote the song in the text, actually.
All right.
Yeah. But but it's not. It's it's a French. It's cliche also. But it's a very weird French, actually. It's really not that very poetical, very literally mastered French. That is the French of Aragon, which is very not pop, actually. It's really chanson with all its seriousness and a bit of it sounds like a bit old. But actually, the text is not sophisticated in a way like it's chic or whatever. It's really it's more, in a way, it's more rude than you can expect. So but it's funny because it's a lot of time also as a French musician. People would think what I would say about what I sing, that it sounds so chic, and I hate that because I just feel it's just pure cliche.
I mean, I guess I'm talking about different cliche. I'm talking about the French intellectual culture, or like I imagine Paris in 1968 and political activism, and this dynamic kind of culture of like intellectual exchange. What when I hear French language, that's what I, even if it's not even talking about that, that's kind of what the image I have in my head, that it's all just, but equally, like I say, it's just as cliche as the kind of chic sort of.
But sure, it's a bit beyond the cliche of chic. It's more, it's this idea of what we call the rive gauche, Paris rive gauche, where all the communist intellectual after the Second World War, and you have this esprit, this spirit of like militant music, a chanson that would be close to political engagement, political involvement. But this is very far away from pop as pop as a genre, a more lighter genre.
Was there an element of not exactly reaction, but of reaffirmation of the French language and culture in the face of encroaching rock and roll pop music in this kind of...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why, in a way, French. In France, we missed, in a way, this reconciliation I'm talking about in the book, because there was this great defiance, this méfiance to everything that came from the United States. And if you were an intellectual, if you were a communist, if you were if you were an intellectual, you were a communist or mostly, and if you were that, you would just considered like Chuck Berry. It's the same thing as Coca-Cola and Elvis Presley, and everything is just pure American domination, and it has nothing to do with people, actually, with real people, with what is really popular. So there is a real strong intellectual tradition that is totally against what came from this American power. And then the chanson française could exist in this context for the intellectual, but not the melodic pop music, this music that was meant to make people dance also, or to we had to, it has really no connection with any kind of idea of emancipation, actually.
Yeah, right.
It was the contrary. This kind of popular music was alienation.
In a sense, it's like a struggle over the meaning of pop, which is obviously kind of at the core of your book as well.
Yes. Yeah. So you have these two extremes. This very concerned music that could sound a bit boring also, because it's so concerned that it forgets to talk to the body and to the feelings directly. And this superficial music, and the genius of Gainsbourg was to play with that,
was to bring that kind of sophisticated, poetic French language, but somehow inject it into the framework of recognizably Anglo-American pop.
Yes, but dealing also himself with this scorn of pop, he has this kind of superiority towards his own, what the music he produced himself. He's the one who said that making songs is not an art, is not a major art, So there is this kind of distance towards his own creation that makes him a genius inside of a genre that in a way he pretended to despise. Sure, so that's very paradoxical, but very French too.
I had a question.
Yeah.
I was curious, especially this talk of the resistance of that cultural cross-pollination from America inwards, and it's interesting, with Gainsbourg, where you have that interplay being really celebrated, but beyond the cliches of responding to the song that was played, I almost feel like those cliches are the cliches of a non-Frenchman listening to French music. But then when I hear that kind of music, I often think of Scott Walker. And that's obviously he being very famous for covering Jacques Brel and people like that. But then his reputation outside of, or at least in the Anglosphere, of being this kind of arch modernist. But I wonder to what extent that if that is that similar reputation is held within France, and if there's a potential for, or if we're just too dumb to appreciate that innate modernism in French pop. Beyond its original context, if that makes sense.
You mean Scott Walker? That's what you... Yeah.
Yeah, I hear him doing that sort of the opposite of taking that very maybe what would be a stereotypically French sound, but then being praised for doing that kind of music in an Anglophonic context.
Yeah. Yes.
Whereas the other way around would probably be, I guess, less appreciated. Or apart from the Gainsbourg example.
Mm.
But isn't it just an exoticism in either direction?
Yeah. No, that's true.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I think that's how I hear that music, is that I hear the vocal textures and the resonance of the language as something exotic, even though I can, if I try really hard, I can understand what's being said. For me, it's still kind of outside.
But isn't that true even when you listen to American stuff?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
Yeah, but that's also something. Most of our experience here, I mean, for me or for French speakers, and most of the people in the world are not directly English speakers. I have this intuition that most of our experience of music and sung music is glossolalic. That means that we just don't get what is said. We just get some words that generate images, just some, and it's strange because it's as if French, when it's in your own language, so maybe that's what you experience too as an English speaker, you are not disposed the same way because the lyrics have to be intelligible. For example, if I listen to a French song where I don't get the meaning, it seems weak. It seems weaker than what I can feel when I listen to a song that is not in my language. I can really enjoy and have intense feelings with a song in English which I don't totally understand. But that cannot happen in French if I don't get most of it. As if there was a necessity of intelligibility that was stronger, a stronger constraint. But I don't know if and it depends also of the genre. If you listen to a pure bubblegum song, okay, you just let it go. But if you listen to a folk song or you cannot totally mess with the meaning here. So yes, I don't know if it's clear. It's quite late. Sorry.
Yeah, it's getting late, and I don't know if we'll get through all of these tracks and all of these different categories of the ways in which French pop has responded to the challenge. But I did particularly want to play this one, Palioli, because I think this is a great song, and I think this is, in a sense, like I find this the most appealing episode in this history that you describe of French pop, which is when French kind of discovers itself in the age of synth pop as a language that's disposed to a kind of rational, minimalist, very sparse usage. Did you want to say anything more about this particular track?
Yeah, it's funny because I think Mark was quoting Voyage Voyage by Desireless, which was a huge hit at the time, and it's at the same time, it's 1984, and this song that you will hear was never a hit. It was just produced like by the two people that wrote it.
Oh, really?
So it was, and it was then rediscovered. And actually, I think it's perfect. It's kind of ideal of what could a French synth pop be with its absolute. I don't know, distance, and it's not what I like in this song. There is no irony. in a way, there is also a kind of moment of ridicule. Do you say ridicule?
Ridicule. What kind of self-ridicule?
Because when he's scatting, the guy is scatting with a terrible accent. He's trying to scat in English.
Right.
But the most his accent is audible, the most it works, actually.
Yeah. This is a kind of... is almost the opposite to the previous track, which was trying to plumb the history and the depth and the richness of the French language from the past.
Yes.
This is kind of trying to synthesize a future French language and a future French pop.
Yeah.
So this is Paris Orly by Deux.
Le signal de la tour de contrôle s'allume et un avion disparaît dans le ciel sans lendemain. Les lueurs striant l'horizon noir de brume ressemblent à des fantômes de lumière dans le matin. Le vol de nuit est annoncé.
En vidéo, je pars pour Tokyo.
Dans les haut-parleurs, le vol de nuit est annoncé.
Paris-Orly, direction Austerlitz.
1, 2, 3 and talk to me.
Paris-Orly, taxi pour Stalingrad.
Just a babe.
Paris-Orly, direction Austerlitz.
1, 2, 3 and set me free.
Paris-Orly, taxi pour Stalingrad.
Le signal de la tour de contrôle s'allume et un avion disparaît dans le ciel sans lendemain. Les lueurs saillant l'horizon noir de brume ressemblent à des fantômes de lumière dans le matin.
Paris-Orly, direction Austerlitz.
1, 2, 3 and talk to me.
Paris-Orly, taxi pour Stalingrad.
Just a babe.
Paris-Orly, direction Austerlitz.
1, 2, 3 and set me free.
Paris-Orly, taxi pour Stalingrad. En vidéo, je pars pour Tokyo.
Dans les haut-parleurs, le vol de nuit est annoncé.
En vidéo, je pars pour Tokyo.
Dans les haut-parleurs, le vol de nuit est annoncé.
Paris-Orly,
You are listening to Urbanomic PlaguePod on day 53.
Paris-Orly,
And our traveller has respawned. We're going to go back to Corona Quest. This is Paris Orly. Airport pop à la française. Okay, are you there, Alex?
Hello?
Yes, okay, stay with us this time.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you that I've checked with my colleagues at the Urbanomic Snack Research Lab, and bread has too high a P Ponzi to be considered a snack.
Too high what, sorry?
P Ponzi.
P Ponzi, okay.
Yeah. Just to let you know. Okay, are you ready?
Thanks, I'll keep it in mind. Yeah, I'm ready.
You're going to get extra time because I'm not going to ask your name again, so you're going to get like an extra second.
Okay, great.
No one else has ever got a second chance on Corona Quest before. You are in a dirty and festering living room. A broken PlayStation controller lies on the floor along with a multitude of empty instant pot noodles pots and peanut punch cartons. Internal doors lead to the east and west. To the north, the front door is open. You're finding it hard to breathe and you have a fever. You can see a rucksack and a pair of hard pants. You cough. Come on.
Put on the hard pants.
You would need to get them before you can put them on.
I get the hard pants.
You pick up the hard pants.
Put them onto my legs.
You put on the hard pants. They're a little uncomfortable, but whatever.
Go north.
You are in a street. Plastic bags skid across the tarmac like tumbleweeds. Empty hand sanitizer bottles are strewn across the pavement. There's nobody here. In the distance you hear the automatic tannoy system endlessly repeating, "Stay at home, act like you've got it. Masks must be worn at all times." To your east looms the vast edifice of the Cut Price Superstore. To your west, past the pharmacy, is the town centre. To the north is your front door leading directly into the living room. You can go east, west or south. You cough.
Head east.
East. You're in a supermarket car park. You can see a shopping trolley. The car park is populated only by a few burnt-out SUVs. From the vast warehouse-like supermarket building to the east, you hear angry shouts and cries, as if a battle is raging inside the store. You can go west or east.
Can I go inside the store? Is that east?
East. The supermarket is total carnage. Rivulets of blood are spreading across the floor and the air is alive with the shouts and screams of hungry, raging lockdown zombies. A host of crazed red eyes swivel to lock onto you and the half-dead hordes begin to advance in your direction. You attempt to fight off the zombie shopper hordes, but there are far too many of them. They tear you apart and feast upon your infected body. You are dead. Oh dear, that wasn't a very salubrious end to your Corona Quest, but thanks for playing.
It's quite quick, yeah.
Nice one.
Thanks.
Better luck next time. Thanks for calling in.
Baby, if you're lonely, you can call me, 'cause I like you. So tell me, baby, if you're lonely, just call me about anything. If you're lonely, 'cause I like you.
Some people say they've studied, but they haven't studied hard enough. You gotta put in the work. What about the safe? an early stomper from Duck's content, like you.
I've been on the PlaguePod, fucking English bastard.
Huh, really? So we got another contender, and he says he's feeling confident. Hello.
Relatively.
Relative to
Hello.
what?
Hello.
Who are you and where are you? And what snacks are you eating?
My name's Austin. I'm in Australia, and I'm not currently eating any snacks, but I'm partial to a McVitie's choc pretzel, to be honest.
Oh, nice. Is that salty inside and chocolate on
so
the outside?
salty.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
How about what kind of particularly Australian snacks do you have that you would recommend? For example,
sort of like
chicken crimpies.
Chicken crimpies, yeah. The shapes.
Wow,
shapes are good too.
The shapes. Yep. Meat pie flavoured shapes.
Meat pie.
Meat pie.
Yeah, you got to stick with the chicken. Yeah, or the classic shapes. You don't want to mess around.
It sounds like you're calling from a cathedral. You have a fine reverb. Where are you exactly?
I'm in an empty classroom.
Oh, right. Because you've been teaching or because you've got detention?
Yeah, I'm teaching next period. So,
okay. What are you teaching?
Psychology.
Okay. Well, you should have some insights into what to do on your Corona quest then.
Yeah, well, let's hope so.
Do you have a plan?
Somewhat.
Cool. Okay. Let's see how it goes then.
I've listened to a fair bit. We'll see how we go.
Yeah. Right. Let's go. Greetings, traveller. What is your name?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, nothing. You're in a dirty and festering living room. You can see a rucksack and a pair of hard pants. A broken PlayStation controller lies on the floor along with a multitude of empty instant noodle pots and peanut punch cartons. Internal doors lead to the east and west. To the north, the front door is open. You're finding it hard to breathe and you have a fever. You have no pants on. You cough. You can go north, east, or west.
Take pants. Put on pants. Take rucksack. Go east.
Yes, I like this. This is efficient. Get rucksack as well. East. You're in a small, dilapidated and mouldy bathroom. There's a strong smell of unpleasantness all around. To the north there's a mouldy shower cubicle. You can see a pile of filthy clothes. You can go north or west.
Sorry, go west, then go west again.
Okay, you're in a small cramped kitchen, entirely devoid of any food. Dishes are piled up in the sink and all available surfaces are piled with trash. You can see an empty tin can and a half-eaten pizza. You cough.
Look in can.
Ah, the confidence. You see a metal key inside the tin can. You knew that was going to be in there, didn't you?
Take key, go east, go east.
Whoa! You are in the bathroom. You can go north or west. You can see a pile of filthy clothes.
Go north.
You're in a dirty shower cubicle covered with black mould. You can see a safe. The base of the shower cubicle is scattered with empty hand wash bottles. There's a strong smell of isopropyl alcohol and stale sweat. You cough.
Use key in safe. Open safe. Look in safe. Take toilet roll.
You unlock the safe. You open it. Oh joy, inside the safe are 2 pristine toilet rolls. With unbridled joy mingled with anxiety, you take the toilet rolls and clasp them to your chest jealously. You cough.
Okay, put them in the rucksack, even though I don't need to.
Okay.
Go south. Search the dirty clothes pile. Take the soft pants.
You're going too fast for me. I can't type this fast on the Amstrad.
Sorry.
Okay. At the bottom of the pile, you see a crumpled pile of mildewed clothes. At the bottom of the pile is a pair of Abibas branded tracksuit pants.
Take the precious soft pants, put them in my rucksack.
You take
west.
the smelly soft pants. You put them in the rucksack. Your lungs are beginning to hurt, and you feel very hot and sleepy. West. You're in a living room. You can go north, east, or west. You cough.
North. I'll put on pants.
You already had the hard pants on. You're okay.
I already had the pants. Oh, thank God.
You're in the street. Plastic bags skid across the tarmac like tumbleweeds. Empty hand sanitizer bottles are strewn across the pavement. There's nobody here. In the distance, you hear the automatic tannoy system endlessly repeating, "Stay at home. Act like you've got it. Masks must be worn at all times." To your east looms the vast edifice of the cut price superstore. To your west, past the pharmacy, is the town centre. To the north is your front door, leading directly into the living room. You can go east, west, or south.
West.
You can interrupt me so I don't have to say all this shit all over again. You know.
Oh, okay, right.
You are out on the street outside the pharmacy. A door to the north leads into the pharmacy. A large sign above the shop reads Lloyd's Pharmacy. In the window are handwritten signs reading "No masks, no vaccine, no hand wash." You cough. Oh, no way. It's crashed.
Nah, you're kidding.
That's bad. But you know the rules of the game.
Oh, what?
That's terrible. That's terrible.
So it goes.
I'm beginning to despair. I'm beginning to despair of this thing.
I even had my abstract culture digital hyperstition PDF open.
Oh man. Do you want to call back next time and try again?
Yeah, alright, sounds good.
I'm really bummed out about that. You're doing so well.
Alright. Thanks,
okay,
Robin.
Next time, man. Alright, see you.
See ya.
Bad news, very bad news. Amstrad. He's going to do it next time. Call back next time. You're listening to Urbanomic PlaguePod on day 53. It's another selection by our guest Mark Fell by Lee Dagwall, which has a very long title. That's Lee Dagwall The full title, As the Electric Brain Develops into an Entity That Humans Have No Control Over, What Will Its Perception of and Agenda for Animals, Plants and Other Life Forms Be? Is it shamisen, Mark, he's playing?
I don't know what it is actually. I don't know.
Fantastic
I can't even remember where I got it from. I think either someone sent it to me or I bought it from Bandcamp or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have no clue, unfortunately.
I'm getting one of those strange kind of transcultural musical moments when I'm listening to that. I hear something similar to the like folk revival finger picking guitar style and people like Martin Carthy and Nick Jones. It's interesting how there's these kind of strange continuities between completely disparate musics. So we're going to go for it again with Austin. Is Austin, are you still there?
Yes, hello.
Okay, that was a moment of the uttermost injustice, and we're going to see whether we can speed run it again before Austin has to go back to teacher's class. Okay, Let's go. I'm stressed about this. Honestly, it's no bullshit. It does just crash. Greetings, traveller. You're in a dirty and festering living room.
Okay,
you can see. Just
take the hard pants. I put on the hard pants. I get the rucksack, and I go west. Then I look in the can.
Look inside tin can.
And I
you can
take
see a
the
metal
key.
You take the metal key.
Yes, please.
Yep.
Then I go east.
You're in the living room.
Then I go east again.
You're in the bathroom. You can see a pile of filthy clothes.
Search the dirty clothes pile. Take the soft pants.
You take the smelly soft pants.
Then I go
north. Or west. North. You're in the shower.
Then I use the key in the safe.
You unlock the safe.
Then I open the safe.
You open it.
Then I look in the safe. Then I take the toilet roll.
Okay.
And put the toilet roll in the bag.
Okay. Very good.
Then I go south.
South. You're in the bathroom.
I go west.
West. Living room.
Then I go north.
Go north. You're on the street. No.
No, that's sorry. Yeah, that's fine. Then west.
West. You're outside the pharmacy. You can go east, north, or west.
North.
You're inside the pharmacy.
Talk to pharmacist.
Okay, the pharmacist seems glad to have someone to talk to. He says, only Negrestani can save us now. You're about to give up on this raving madman when he whispers, please, toilet roll.
Give toilet roll to pharmacist.
The pharmacist's face lights up as you hand him the toilet rolls. Weeping with gratitude, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out some kind of black plastic box which he leaves on the counter as he runs into the back of the shop. It looks like an antiquated video game cartridge.
Okay, take the cartridge.
You cough. You pick it up.
Go get conditioner. Okay, is there conditioner? Search.
Yeah. Shea butter
conditioner.
Yep. You feel dizzy and want to lie down. You're coughing a dry, continuous cough. You can go south.
South.
You're on the street. You can go east, north,
west.
or west. You are in a completely desolate town square. You can go east, south, or north. Flanking the square, you see the few shops that have not yet been boarded up or barricaded or burned out. To the north, a grimy second-hand video game store. To the south, an esoteric bookstore that no one ever goes into.
Go north.
You're in the games exchange.
Put cartridge in Mega Driver. Turn on
You've
console.
really been studying this. Okay. You slot the cartridge, but nothing happens. Turn on. Okay. The screen flickers for a moment, then displays the message, Mesh 27, net span 76. You cough.
Mesh 27. Okay. Mesh 27. Okay, great.
Tension's killing me.
South?
South. You're in the town square.
Go west.
You can go east, south, or north, traveller.
East, south, or...
to the south is the esoteric bookstore. You're in a dark and forbidding bookshop. You can see a creepy bookshop woman. Can I help you?
Talk
she
to
asks.
woman.
Okay. Yeah. What do you want to say to the woman?
Can I say Boboja, Bubbles, Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies?
You slowly mouth the word Bobobja. The bookshop owner nods sagely, laughs darkly, and murmurs, Amphidemon of teeming pestilence, no doubt, no doubt. After a short silence, during which she stares at you unnervingly, she raises both hands and in a commanding voice cries, Open the gate! A trapdoor in the floor opens as if by magic, leading down into a dark basement.
Descend.
You're in the dank basement of the bookshop, where all the worst books are kept. You can see Reza Negarestani. The trapdoor slams shut above you. Reclining in a faded armchair in the dead centre of the dank basement, his impish grin lit by a guttering candle flame, is the great philosopher Reza Negarestani. Sir, I have something good for you if you want it, he says. Your mum already got a full dosage, believe me. He gives you a sly smile. But you know, sir, Persian do not give something away for nothing. That is to say, what do you have for me? You cough.
Offer Reza soft pants.
I do not want soft pants, says Reza Negarestani. I want good Persian food.
Oh.
You collapse to the ground and begin crawling. You are dying of COVID-19. You cough.
Damn it. He wants the pizza.
What are you going to do now?
I'm trapped. Can I exit?
Reza becomes impatient. Reza becomes impatient with you, stamps his foot and talks trash about your mother, then begins lecturing you about computation and non-monotonic logic. You fall to the ground and swiftly lose the will to live. You expire, and Reza feasts upon your virus-riddled corpse. You have failed in your corona quest. You are dead.
Oh well, I gave it my best, Robbie.
You definitely did. That's an amazing advance. Well done.
Alright, cheers, mate.
Cheers. Phew!
One more game. It's time to play. Play with me. Just one more game. It's time to play. Come play my way. I'm no more Mrs. Nice Girl. No playing home girl. I'm not the same girl. You never rocked my world. You used me. Tried to abuse me. The fame, the life, the fantasy. Now back to reality. You're dramatic. The truth the lies can't hide. I'm not by your side. I let you drown in your drama. Run to your mama. See if she can save you. When I'm not around, you're so drama. No, you're not the one I thought you were. Now there's another ringing my bell. I'm under this spell. You're too dramatic. Understand it's over. Baby, fuck you. For things you did and never thought I'd get a clue. Yeah, you wanted me to be faithful to you. Not let nobody's body touch my body in positions that we only know. Ooh. Now I'm gonna give him what he wants and more. Do all those explicit things that I told you no. Places you couldn't go. You know where I'm talking. You are too dramatic. No, you're not the one I thought you were. Now there's another ringing my bell. Under this spell, you're too dramatic. Understand it's over. Come and play. You wanna play? Come play with me. You're not the one I thought you were. Now there's another ringing my bell. Under this spell, you're too dramatic. Understand it's over. You're not the one I thought you were. Now there's another ringing my bell. Under this spell, you're too dramatic. Understand it's over. You're so dramatic.
Yeah, Britney Spears, Dramatic, from the unreleased collection. Since we're talking about Bobobja, how about a bit of special CCRU business right here?
Has death itself become a telecommodity? A dark tide of scare stories and morbid rumor increasingly suggests so. By the late 90s, Leary's psychedelic utopianism seems to have contracted to the nihilistic slogan, "Turn on to tune out," to cite a recent release by Cata Jungle outfit Xenogothic. This ain't sex and drugs and rock and roll no more. According to Doug Frushley, spokesman for the Christian Coalition for Natural Mortality, the so-called day-death menace is an almost unimaginable desecration of divine and natural law. This craze is an abomination without parallel. It trades on its intrinsic lethality, and it's growing incredibly fast. No one can say it isn't dangerous. Something truly evil is happening to our youngsters. Something beyond 60s sick sexuality. I've never been as frightened as I am now. The result is an entire jungle of positive zero fugues, panatechnics, sarcolepsy, snuff stems, K-zombification, electrovampirism, necronomics, electronics, 9 million ways to die. A-Death is a hybrid product, involving convergences between at least 4 distinct lines of rapid technocultural transformation. A-Death combines micropause abuse, deliberately reversed biotechnesis, with immersion coma time aberrances, generating, modulating, and rescaling sentient souls, Sarkan lapses. These are toned by cynatives, artificial drugs, which add zone texture and spliced into hyperstition trances as occultural events. Social statistics indicate that the typical A-Death user is 15 years old. Following the most ominous threads of A-Death reportage takes you inexorably down into the digital underworld of the crypt, the dark twin of the net, where Gibsonian flatlining is rapidly transmuting from exotic fiction into pop cult and mass transit system. You could describe it as the route to contemporary shamanism suggest A-death cultists of the cybergoth late abortion club. After all, AOL spells Loa backwards, but we call ourselves post-vitalists. How long have the late abortionists been active on the A-death scene? There are disturbing tales of case-based zombie makers, sorcerers on the plane of virtual nightmare, whose digital spine-biting centipedes yield the soft-tox juice that opens the limbic gates. Crypt initiates confirm that its arterial access lowway is signposted main flatline under construction. Answers vary confusingly, from extravagance, round about 66 million years, through vagueness, sometime, to mystic compression, since now. In other respects, accounts of the contemporary A-death scene and its recent history prove remarkably consistent. In particular, the one name to turn up incessantly is that of Dr. Oscar Sarkon, biomechanician, techno-genius, and one of the most controversial figures in scientific history. Sarkon's polymathy is attested by the variety of fields to which he has centrally contributed, including transfinite analysis, neural nets, distributed computing, swarm robotics, xenopsychology, access engineering. Yet it was the resolutely sober ecumenist, rather than, for instance, Freshly's excitable End Times, which dedicated the cover and major editorial of its March 98 issue to the question, Sarkon, Satan of cyberspace? Sarkon has become emblematic of the ways in which technological dreams go bad. In the words of fellow Axis researcher and social philanthropist Dr. Zeke Burns, what makes Sarkon's input into the A-death thing so incomparable is that it crosses between all of the key component technologies. The biotechnesis work is so outstanding that it tends to overshadow his equally path-breaking research in adjacent fields. The Sarkon formulae for non-metric causation, for example, which provided the first rigorous basis for IC, immersion coma control. The links between biotechnesis and IC weren't remotely anticipated before the Sarkon SIP, which mathematically models bicontinual assemblages. Finally, there's Synatives, about which he is understandably evasive, even though he was theorizing artificial or digital neurotechnic pharmaceuticals in the mid-80s. The aggregate result of all this pioneering science? A generation of teenagers lost in schizotechnic death cults.
Disturbing communique from the CCRU on the A-death phenomenon. Music for this piece made in a day by Uza Kubembedi. Thanks so much for that, it's fantastic. Read by the wonderful Lapsus Lima. Thank you, both of you. Here's a tune from Dirty K, Shanghai Business.
1 a.m. Rock on. Tuesday, 24th December 1974. Christmas bloody Eve. Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? I drove down the Barnsley Road into Wakefield, home switching off their Christmas lights, the good old days finished. I had the shotgun in the boot of the car. Across the Calder, went up past the market and into the bullring, the cathedral trapped in the black sky up above. Everything was dead. I parked outside a shoe shop. I opened the boot. I took the shotgun out of the black bin bag. I loaded the gun in the boot of the car. I put some more shells in my pocket. I took the shotgun out of the boot. I closed the boot of the car. I walked across the bullring. On the first floor of the Stratford the lights were on. Downstairs everything dark. I opened the door and went up the stairs one at a time. They were at the bar, whiskies and cigars all round. Derek Box and Paul, Sergeant Craven and PC Douglas. Rock and Roll Part 2 was on the jukebox. Barry James Anderson, his face black and blue, dancing alone in the corner. I had a hand on the barrel, a finger on the trigger. They looked up. "Fucking hell," said Paul. "Drop the gun," said one of the coppers. Derek Box smiled. "Evening, Eddie." I told him what he already knew. "You killed Maddie Weimer." Box turned and took a big pull on his fat cigar. "Is that right?" "And Donald Foster." "So?" "I want to know why." "Ever the journalist, take a wild bloody guess, Scoop." "Over a fucking shopping centre." "Yeah, over a fucking shopping centre." "What the fuck did Mandy Weimer have to do with a shopping centre?" "You want me to spell it out?" "Yeah, spell it out." "No architect, no shopping centre." "So you knew?" He was laughing. Fuck knows. "I saw little dead girls and brand new shopping schemes. Scalp dead women in the rain off your head." I said, "You enjoyed it. I told you from the start we'd all get what we wanted." "Which was?" "Revenge and money. The perfect combination." "I didn't want revenge." "You wanted fame," hissed Box. "It's the same." There were tears running down my face, onto my lips. "And Paula, what was that?" Box took another big pull on his fat cigar. "Like I said, I'm no angel." I shot him in the chest. He fell back into Paul, air hissing out of him. Rock and roll. I reloaded. I fired again and hit Paul on his side, knocking him over. Rock and roll. The two policemen stood there staring. I reloaded and fired. I hit the short one in the shoulder. I started to reload, but the tall one with the beard stepped forward. I turned the shotgun round and swung the handle at the side of his face. He stood there looking at me, his head to one side, a little bit of blood dripping from his ear onto his jacket. Rock and roll. The room was filled with smoke and the strong smell of the shotgun. The woman behind the bar was screaming and there was blood on her blouse. A man at a table by the window had his mouth open and his hands up. The tall policeman was still standing, eyes blank, the short one crawling towards the toilets. Paul was lying on his back looking up at the ceiling, opening and closing his eyes. Derek Box was dead. BJ had stopped dancing. I pointed the gun at him, chest high. I said, "Why me? You came so highly recommended." I dropped the gun and went back downstairs. I drove back to Ossett. I parked Fraser's Maxi in a supermarket car park and walked back to Wesley Street. The Viva was alone in the drive, my mother's house all dark and asleep beside it. I got into the car and switched on the engine and the radio. I lit my last cigarette and I said my little prayers. "Claire, here's one for you. Susan, here's one for you. Jeanette, here's one for you. Paula, they're all for you. And the unborn." I sat there, singing along to the little drummer boy, with those far-off days, those days of grace coming down, waiting for the blue lights. 90 miles an hour.
You're listening to Urbanomic PlaguePod live on day 53 of the lockdown here in Urbanomic HQ in Cornwall, UK. And you just heard a reading of a very Yorkshire crack-up from Matt Colquhoun, aka Xenogothic, who's here talking to me. That's from David Peace, yeah?
Yeah, David Peace's 1974.
Yeah.
I don't know why that came to mind, actually. I haven't read that book in about a long time.
It's definitely a good example of losing it big time.
Yes. It's quite, I think it's because I think it's one of the most satisfying ones.
Yeah.
If anyone hasn't read that book, it's like an old, was it like a alternate history sort of thing of the Yorkshire Ripper case.
Yeah.
Around Yorkshire in the 70s, and yeah, he's a journo who gets the end of his tether dealing with the corrupt police department, and yeah, there's not many books that would dare end like that, but no. I think it's a good end.
Yeah. So how have you been doing? Because we talked on, as we were saying right at the beginning of this pod, we talked like on the second or third one about lockdown and mental health, and I've certainly had plenty of time to reflect on my own mental health over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
And what was really interesting in some of the early posts you did on the blog was, and what really captured it for me was that I remember one in particular where it really seemed to speak to me about the strange kaleidoscope of different half-formed emotions that seemed to just circulate without ever really being resolved. Like there wasn't any one particular thing that this whole situation makes you feel, but there's just a kind of cycle or a maze of all of these different responses that we're having all at once.
Yeah, it's been really surreal because I checked during the show, and it was day 9 that was last on the PlaguePod, and I didn't feel like that's nearly what's that, 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre, but I'm very aware that last time I was on, I was gloating a bit, almost of just feeling like I actually felt really good and was really enjoying that second week.
Yeah, right.
in lockdown. But it's been that kaleidoscope thing's just gotten like worse, I think.
Yeah.
I'm like really aware of it at the moment. Like, so I live with my girlfriend. We've lived together for a long time, probably about 5 years on and off at this point. I'm always just had a very good sort of living relationship, but I think we've both caught ourselves in this weird orbit where we'll just end up having a row, and then it'll dissipate, and then we'll just immediately just look at each other and go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't really know why we've just done this." Right. But you can just sort of feel that weird. I don't know. I've never experienced this kind of persistent mood swing before, and actually had very concrete material circumstances that can be blamed for it. So it's I think that's been one of the most kind of difficult things to adjust to, actually, and sort of give myself and give my partner who I'm living with the sort of mental space to ricochet about a bit and not take anything too personally.
Have you ended up at any point actually like sequestering yourself in opposite corners of the room and not speaking?
No, because it would be completely immediate. We'll have like some argument, and I think then it'll sort of dissipate, and it will be immediate. We'll just sort of both go, I don't know what we've done this for. It happened today, and I think it's sort of like this weird routine that's come on. But I think we both kind of know that it is just this. It's just the situation.
Yeah. It sounds like,
and as soon as that becomes apparent, it's just like everything just fades in the background of like, it's very, very surreal.
Yeah, I mean it sounds like a good test of a relationship that's being passed. And I'm sorry for all those out there who are going through similar trials, whose relationship is not quite passing the test, and who are cracking up a bit worse than that. And recently you've been a bit pissed off with your fellow Londoners, haven't you? Like every time you've looked out the window or been outside. I wonder how that's going to change this week, because we've just had this new raft of completely incomprehensible, imprecise, and arguably foolish easing of the lockdown, which I think was a bit strange, because I think people had kind of got used to it, and we could have left it for another 2 or 3 weeks without there being any harm. And now I feel like there's a possibility that people are just going to be like, okay, it's very vague, but it sounds like we can do what we want, and that's what they're going to do. Yeah,
that seems to be the feeling. But yeah, it's. I guess it is just the greenery. I think I'm kind of very aware that when noticing I was getting pissed off with my fellow Londoners, it was whilst we were sort of driving out of London. Right. And we've sort of had this routine of like going to these like really, like we can get to our car here from like without basically leaving the building. There's like this like underground garage thing. So it's kind of, it feels really sort of, as far as coming into contact with other people goes, it's pretty... it's more isolated to go out, to drive outside and go for an hour in a walk than to like go to the shop or go to the local park. So, but we were driving back from doing one of these isolated walks out in Surrey, and we drove through Greenwich or past Greenwich Park, and that often is always a really busy road out of southeast. And yeah, it was quite crazy how immediately people had gone back to just using that space as they normally would, which I can kind of understand. But it was sort of I mean, I remember feeling that when everything initially started, the sort of terror of not really knowing how to define your own personal space and what you're comfortable with as everything's going a bit crazy. Like I think I wrote about on the blog where we had this guy who wanted to come and do some like insulation testing, and girlfriend had just sort of, we were fairly certain she had the virus at that point, and he turned up for this appointment that we just assumed would be cancelled by default, and he was like, we're working within safety constraints. And I was like, well, you're about to enter a house, or a flat rather, that's got a fairly certain confirmed case. I don't think there's any sort of measures you can be taken that will be safe enough. But he was adamant that he wanted to come in to sort of stick with his appointment. And it was, I mean, that's kind of like interrupting his work day, but it was sort of the persistence that he was willing to come in and risk himself so unnecessarily was quite astounding. And then to sort of be on the other end of that 5 weeks later, and sort of feel like the threat's not really gone away, but see this sort of exodus outside, into not so distancing. It's
No.
I didn't think it'd be quite as sudden as it's been. I thought people would be a bit more anxious.
But I have to say, if I was living in a one-room apartment in London, then I would be absolutely desperate to get outside. One thing that's really brought home to me is, I love living in this rural setting far more than I've ever done before. Even though I'm kind of forced to stay here, I haven't been out of Cornwall, which I usually would be, like, at least as far as London or Bristol, every month or so. It's springtime, so it's really lovely to be here. There are no tourists here, which makes it even more special. I mean, I went on an hour-long bike ride at sunset the other day down all of these roads that were absolutely empty, that usually would be filled with people who are on holiday down here. I've got a real appreciation of it. And remember, like on the PlaguePod when we had Nick Land, even Nick was saying, talking about how this was going to be a turning point for the relationship between the urban and the rural, which I thought was really interesting. That to a certain extent, this is a metropolitan urban disease. It comes from the kind of highly communicative, densely populated milieu, and maybe there will be a reaction from the rural communities against the urban. I think that's what he was suggesting, that there would be a kind of polarization. Maybe the urban centres will become like different, completely separated zones. So you'd have to choose between one or the other in a more binary way than you do now.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like that was already kind of apparent sort of post the Brexit vote, where there was this split in terms of urban and rural demographics, but it's kind of gone the other way. It's sort of like no longer is it this metropolitan crowd like patronizing the rural areas. It's the rural areas now looking into the metropolitan areas and going, "You're all fucking idiots."
Yeah, I mean, this is another aspect of it as well. Is maybe it's a time in which the rural areas can actually assert their economic and social importance.
Yeah,
which is usually something that's relied upon and assumed, but not actually valued. So anyway, that's one of the set of all of these incredibly bizarre and interesting scenarios that are going to play out over decades, I guess, after this. At the moment, we're still trying to cope with the immediate effects and to be alert, apparently, which is a bit strange. Like, how are you meant to be alert to something that you can't see? You don't know where it is and who's got it. But
I think that's been the absolute nightmare of living here, though. Is like, as much as I can say I'm disappointed, or not disappointed, but more just horrified at fellow Londoners, there's a case that you can't. No, that's not from any moral high ground. It's just like that. Judging your own sense of vigilance against everyone else's is just like, it just creates this paranoia, which I think is pervasive. I'm sure people will watch me and my partner moving around after we've sort of feel like we've been through it. It feels like already this was a city that was sort of renowned for being a bit cold-nosed and a bit stern towards one another. And I can only feel like, as much as there's that, the rural and metropolitan split, I feel like the sense with inside London is that people are going to get a lot less neighbourly than they already were.
It also has, as we've said on many occasions, has accelerated the trend towards remote working, remote communication, which obviously is not exactly something new, but it's something that's many people now are being forced into acculturating themselves to in a far stronger way. So I can only see that also being a driver for people realizing they can move out of cities into rural spaces without losing the possibilities of economic survival.
Yeah, that's definitely been something for us. I feel like the initial terror I felt of when we were going to lockdown and basically losing all income, and have had to very suddenly change to being like going full-time freelance, and somehow managing to sort of stay afloat and not need any sort of like buffer from the landlord or things like that, though it was offered quite kindly.
The landlord offered you.
He said, he said if there's any problem with paying the rent, we could sort something out. Which I was kind of, and I mean, we kind of are he's the landlord that I have at the moment is the nicest landlord I've ever had in sort of 10-15 years of renting. Yeah, well, exactly. But it has definitely, yes. I think it's made both of us feel. I think I tweeted about the other day of just trying to escape London after all this, and I think that's sort of cemented that possibility in a way that's actually that's the one silver lining I think from all of this. Is being aware of what you're capable of, like mentally and financially, all at once. Yeah,
it's definitely kind of expanded the horizons. Although I think for some people it's pretty hardcore. Like I was talking to someone the other day who said they'd been on, works in academia, who had been on Zoom for 12 hours straight, which doesn't sound like fun.
Yeah.
For anybody, no matter how kind of digitally native you are.
Very privileged positions, and or what was privileged before this is now sort of gone the other way. It's it's very strange to go from feeling very precarious to actually feeling the most economically solid.
That's right.
I think
that's right. Yeah,
ever.
I think people
it's very bizarre.
I mean, over the years, I've been forced to kind of diversify, and I have several different streams of income. All of them. None of them rely in the least on meeting people or being in a certain place, and that's felt precarious over the years, but now it feels like you say, far more solid than what some people have. Is Mark still with us? I think he's gone to sleep. I tell you what, we've got all right. How you doing?
Good.
Are you like in a rural area, or are you inside the town?
Well, I'm in a town centre, right bang in the middle of a town centre, Rotherham town centre. So, but it's it's a big house, a big garden. So we have a lot of space basically. And in terms of my financial position, like all my kind of work, travelling, doing shows and stuff, that all dried up. It got cancelled more or less immediately. And then I had like this semester and last semester I've been doing a job in Karlsruhe, at a university in Karlsruhe in Germany. So last semester I was commuting from Rotherham to Germany every 2 weeks, as well as travelling to do music and art projects and things. And then when COVID happened, it was like, well, I guess the German job won't come through. And I didn't really want to be doing it anyway, to be honest, and all that travel. And then they got in touch and said, will you do it online? So that's what I've been doing, like 3 days a week I do classes.
You're finding it okay, like in terms of interaction with the students, it's okay, is it?
It's strange. I mean, what I decided to do when they offered it to me, it was literally the day before the semester started. They said, okay, your contract is confirmed. And so I'd not done any preparation. There was like a department presentation to the whole school, or the kind of Department of Media Art, I guess. And I woke up that morning thinking, what the hell am I going to do? And then I just wrote down a series of questions about what. So focusing the classes that I was taking around a series of questions about how we respond to isolation and stuff. So the group I'm running is called Dislocational Aesthetics. Dislocational Practices, sorry.
Yeah, great.
And the whole series of meetings and projects are all in response to what do we do, how do we do it, like, and for example, using network technologies, but not just avoiding this kind of streaming sort of thing of let's put stuff online and watch it online, or it's how can we do more than that? Right, so we're kind of developing a sort of series of exercises that the group are doing, and then talking about it. And I think through Cafe Otto, I'm going to be putting a lot of those online so that other people can do some of that. So yeah, I was speaking to Fielding at Cafe Otto, and it seems like they're happy to post some of that. But yeah, in terms of the group dynamic, it's weird because like you sat in front of a screen, and if the group is small, if it's like 10 people, then you can fit a little video stream of all of those kind of staring back at you.
Right.
And it feels completely, it's very difficult to get any kind of spontaneity or energy into conversations. That's the thing that I really miss, because I'm not really the kind of teacher that sits and prepares lots of stuff and then just speaks and then says, right, we've got 5 minutes at the end, have you got any questions? I'm more like, let's just have a massive argument about something.
Yeah, and it's difficult to get that going. Yeah. Well, I think there's I can see, like, looking in the chat room, this conversation is being had, and I've been thinking this a lot about how universities are going to use this whole thing basically as an alibi to do what they would have liked to do anyway, which was to move a load of the teaching as much as possible online, because, you know, essentially it's a lesser cost, and it's going to be more efficient, and then all that work will be pushed on to the lecturers to have to learn how to use these systems, and the quality of teaching is going to be, you know, if not bad, at least very different. You know, it's going to be a transformation in the mode by which education is delivered.
Yeah, the quality of the experience for the student as well will be very different. Like, my daughter's currently studying, I'm not going to mention the university name, but they've basically switched everything online, and all that's happening is the lectures are just posting recordings of the lectures that they did last year.
Yeah, that's
it's like, Dad, I'm paying like £9,000 a year for this.
Yeah.
And they're just sending me links to stuff they did last year. And there's a lot of kind of quite angry students.
Yeah.
But I actually think the whole way that all universities should shut down anyway, because I think they're stupid places. And I think that the whole education system, this idea of you should enroll for this 3-year thing and have this life transforming experience before your life becomes shit and you get a job in an office that you don't want to do. I think it's stupid. I think education should be much more than that. So I think all universities should shut down, and I think there should be a completely different model about how people are taught things and how people learn.
Right. Yeah.
I think this basically the idea that it's like this journey into middle classness, or some, you know, like the vast majority of working class kids I know feel pressure to go to university.
Right. Yeah.
You know, they're not even that bothered. Like,
right. And what are they going to get out of it when like 80% of the population is going to universities?
Yeah.
And the quality is going down.
I really believe in education, but I believe we should have a completely different system.
Yeah.
One that is much more about anyone at any age can access. It should be free, and it shouldn't just be the money-making factory and stupid lifestyle choice that it is right now. Which is not good if you work at a university. That when you say that in the meeting,
they don't like it.
Go down to but it's true, and all the staff know it as well. They're all just like, this is a stupid joke.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. Sorry.
No, it's good. Yeah. Anything to add, Matt?
In the comment.
No, I mean, I agree completely. I was kind of chatting about it the other day with someone over email. I mean, my experience from going to uni was right before, at least to do an undergrad, was right before they trebled the fees. And I remember that just being like that transition was a massive sort of moment of politicization, I think, for not just me, but everyone that I knew. But I mean, the system was still the same then. I don't think anyone that I knew on a photography course, it was majority working class backgrounds, and then come out the other end and everyone just went home and did something completely unrelated, which is kind of true of me too. I don't do anything like that anymore either.
Where did you study photography?
I did it in Newport in South Wales.
Oh, right.
Which was an interesting place to do it in itself, actually. I'm from Hull originally, and it was like new.
And I'm thinking, I have it down as Hull.
Yeah, but I mean, the Newport and Hull was sort of like they're very similar cities. I think the Newport was just sort of 10 years behind Hull. They did the exact same thing to try and regenerate it, built a new shopping centre, and just sort of tried to make it happen.
I worked in Hull for about 5 years. Did you know that? I used to
work
at Hull School of Art and Design. I used to manage the sound studios there.
No way.
My first real job. And it was like I started like 97, I think. So I was just also starting a career doing music and just got involved with Mill Plateau and stuff like that. So yeah, I was. They had a course called Phonic Art, which was a good course, and I was basically like, I mean, it was a great place to work, but it went totally wrong. Like these stupid management systems came in. Sorry, I cut you off. Carry on.
No. I mean, that's actually really interesting to hear. I've got a bit of it's a hobby of mine to try and trace what happened with Hull in that respect, because I mean, it was a lot of that was before my time, but I guess that was around the time that Hull time-based arts kind of was maybe stopping, wasn't it? Or
it was all going wrong around that time, and they started to rebrand the university from Hull School of Art and Design. It became the University of Lincoln or something, and then there was this great old building on Anlaby Road. I don't know if you remember that, and they kind of shut that down.
Yeah.
Matt, who was the director of Hull Time-Based Arts, left.
Yes, he went to Liverpool.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, I guess for anyone this is probably very local to Yorkshire too. I don't know where all the listeners are coming in from.
You're
but I mean,
listening
my interest
to the
was
Urbanomic Hullcast.
Don't forget that. Because I always found it super interesting from just the history of like Throbbing Gristle and Coombe transmissions coming from that neck of the woods, and that was the biggest inspiration to me as a teenager. But trying to track sort of socioculturally what went wrong with that over the sort of 50 years since that sort of 70s boom is something I never quite understood. But it's a fascinating case study. At least I think so, but I'm biased.
What used to happen is the school used to fund Hull Time-Based Arts.
Right.
So there was a regular amount of cash going from the art school to Hull Time-Based Arts. And Hull Time-Based Arts at that point were doing amazing work. Really, really brilliant. And then this kind of like weird management group took over the university and did a lot of I was, again, in meetings, and I was just basically a technician, and I was in these meetings being the only one that actually stood up and spoke out against what was happening and the stupid things they were doing. You know, it was like how to destroy something brilliant was what was on the top of their spreadsheet or something.
Yeah.
When you talk about like other ways of doing this, is there like some way that have you got any specific ideas for how you can build this kind of stuff outside of the university setting? Because I mean, obviously that's something that I have an investment in, like trying to build some kind of culture of learning outside of and of research outside of the university.
Well, in the north,
and I wonder how you can do it without simply reproducing the structures of the university outside.
In the north, there was the workers' education thing. I don't know if you remember that. And that was a little bit before my time, but I can remember that there were things. Like, I think research still needs to happen, and I think it shouldn't always be about profit. like there needs to be not just you can't just think about how to radically transform education without thinking about how to radically transform everything else in British society.
Right. Yeah.
It would be nice if the social care system was sorted out and the healthcare system, but what I've always thought is that there should just be like an infinite array of 3-week long courses. So you can do a course in anything for 3 weeks and you get time off work to do that course. And it might be like, imagine something general like a 3-week course in classical music, or then a 3-week course in American minimalism, or then a 3-week course in Lamont Young's use of this particular bit of equipment.
Right. So it could be like really super general or very, very specific.
Yeah, and you just do what, and you can That'd build to whatever level of specificness you want.
Yeah.
And I don't see why that can't happen. And throughout your life, you just say, there's a course over there I fancy doing. I'm just going to do that, and it's free. And you take time off work, and it's residential.
Patchwork learning.
Yeah.
Ergonomic PlaguePod.
Okay, it's getting late. What have we've been on for 3 hours now? We've still got quite a lot of crackups to listen to. So I think we're gonna hear one more of your tracks, and then go into some more readings. The next reading I'm going to play is, I think it's one that I read. Yeah, it's out of. I talked about this book before, Michel Tournier's book Friday. And that, as I said before, is a kind of retelling of Robinson Crusoe, and essentially is a series of episodes whereby his version of Robinson tries to adapt himself to this isolated existence on the island, and goes through this kind of these different phases of relationship to the island and relationship to himself. And this reading is from the first phase, which is when basically he tries to build a boat and everything goes wrong and he just gives up and goes to literally wallow in the mire. So this is the kind of this is the point in lockdown when you just stay in bed and eat Doritos. But before that, I'm going to play one more of your tracks, Mark.
Which one?
What's it? Alterkrank. This sounds German.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Who is it?
Yeah.
It's a guy. It's a friend of mine called Fabrice from Brussels, and he keeps sending me stuff. And this is a really nice track. He does some great work actually, and like everything he sends is always really good.
Cool.
He sent
the one that you sent me the other day was by him as well.
Oh, the one that was like 2 hours long.
Yeah, the long one. Yeah,
that's
it's great.
Really great.
Yeah.
So he does really good stuff, and I've just been listening to it.
I've just been reminded by someone in the by Lisa in the chat that actually it's 4 hours, not 3 hours that we've been going. And thanks to everyone for the shout outs for the cat. The cat's been fed now. And also let me take this opportunity to say goodbye to Agnès and thank her very much for coming on, even though she's probably going to have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning with her son. It was great to have her and to talk about the piece that she's written on French pop, which is now it's available on the website on the documents section, and also of course her fabulous book Dialectic of Pop. Yeah. So this is
as well after this song, because I have to make someone's breakfast at 7:30.
Right. Yeah.
So,
well, it's been great having you on the show too. Thanks very much for coming on, and I'm so excited about working on this book, and I know loads of Urbanomic readers are going to be really excited about it too. So, cool. Okay, so this is Avant Mittelalter by Alterkrank. surface of thick slime, over which clouds of mosquitoes hovered, was stirred by sluggish ripples as a small suckling pig, nothing of it visible but its speckled snout, moved to attach itself to its mother's flank. Several families of peccary had established their wallow in the marshes on the eastern side of the island, and they lay there half buried in mud during the hottest period of the day. But whereas the indolent sows, motionless as falling logs, might have been a part of the landscape, their livelier young ceaselessly fidgeted and quarrelled, uttering shrill squeaks. At sunset, the sow, with considerable effort, would heave her dripping bulk onto a tongue of solid earth, while the children struggled with frantic squeals to avoid being sucked into the quicksand she left behind. The party would then move off in single file, causing a great commotion in the dried undergrowth. Then a human form, like a statue of clay, rose in its turn and made its way through the reeds. Robinson could not have said how long it was since he had left his last shred of clothing on some thorn bush. In any case, the thought of sunburn no longer troubled him, since his back, flanks and thighs were now protected by a thick coating of dried mud. His hair and beard had grown so long that his face was almost invisible beneath their tangled mass. His hands had become mere forepaws used for walking, since it made him giddy to stand upright. His state of physical weakness and the softness of sand and mud, but above all the breaking of some little spring within his soul, had led him to move only on his hands and knees. He knew now that man resembles a person injured in a street riot, who can only stay upright while the crowd packed densely around him continues to prop him up. Exiled from the mass of his fellows who had sustained him as a part of humanity without his realizing it, he felt that he no longer had the strength to stand on his own feet. He lived on unmentionable foods, gnawing them with his face to the ground. He relieved himself where he lay, and rarely failed to roll in the damp warmth of his own excrement. He moved less and less, and his brief excursions always ended in his return to the mire. Here, in its warm coverlet of slime, his body lost all weight, while the toxic emanations of the stagnant water drugged his mind. Only his eyes, nose and mouth were active, alert for edible weed and toad spawn drifting on the surface. Rid of all terrestrial bonds, his thoughts in a half-stupor pursued vestiges of memory which emerged like phantoms from the past to dance in the blue gaps between the motionless foliage. He remembered silent hours of childhood spent among the bales of wool and cotton in his father's gloomy storeroom. The piled rolls were like a padded fortress, absorbing light and sound, draughts of air and sudden movement. The close, musty air was heavy with the odours of wool grease, dust and varnish, and also of the aromatic gum which his father used throughout the year to combat a cold that he could never shake off. Robinson had thought he owed nothing except his russet hair to that nervous, self-effacing little man whose life was spent at a high desk poring over his account books, and that all his other qualities came from his mother, who was a wonderful woman. The mire, by demonstrating his capacity for turning inward upon himself and withdrawing from the external world, had shown him that he had inherited more than he thought from that little draper in York. In his long hours of cloudy meditation, he evolved a philosophy which might have been his father's own. Only the past had any worth or existence deserving of note. The present was valueless except as the repository of memories accumulated in the past, and to add to that increasing fund was the only reason for living. In the end came death, and death itself was no more than the long-awaited moment when this treasure might be wholly enjoyed. Eternity was bestowed on us so that we might relive our life in death, more observantly, more intelligently, and more sensually than was possible in the turmoil of the present. Urbanomic PlaguePod, day 53. After having to try to stage a Yorkshire takeover of the PlaguePod, Mark and Matt have left. Matt was apparently sitting in the bath, trying not to wake his girlfriend by sitting in the bath with his gamer headphones on, talking to us. You see the lengths that people go to join us on the PlaguePod. That's really nice. Thanks very much to both of them for joining us tonight. We're going to go straight into our next reading, our next crack up. This, by the way, was Maxwell Sterling loudspeaker, another one of Mark's picks. Now, we couldn't talk about crack ups without doing this one, and as you'll hear, a sterling job done by our friends at Sequence Press in New York. A reading of not the whole thing, but some extracts from F. Scott Fitzgerald's Crack Up.
Of course, all life is a process of breaking down, but the blows that do the dramatic side of the work, the big sudden blows that come, or seem to come from outside, the ones you remember and blame things on, and in moments of weakness tell your friends about, don't show their effect all at once. There is another sort of blow that comes from within, that you don't feel until it's too late to do anything about it, until you realize with finality that in some regard you will never be as good a man again. The first sort of breakage seemed to happen quick. The second kind happens almost without your knowing it, but is realized suddenly indeed. Life 10 years ago was largely a personal matter. I must hold in balance the sense of futility of effort and the sense of the necessity to struggle, the conviction of the inevitability of failure, and still the determination to succeed, and more than these, the contradiction between the dead hand of the past and the high intentions of the future. If I could do this through the common ills, domestic, professional, and personal, then the ego would continue as an arrow shot from nothingness to nothingness, with such force that only gravity would bring it to earth at last. For 17 years, with the year of deliberate loafing and resting out in the center, things went on like that, with a new chore only a nice prospect for the next day. I was living hard too, but up to 49, it'll be all right, I said. I can count on that. For a man who's lived as I have, that's all you could ask. And then, 10 years this side of 49, I suddenly realized I had prematurely cracked. Now a man can crack in many ways. Can crack in the head, in which case the power of decision is taken from you by others, or in the body, when you can but submit to the white hospital world, or in the nerves. William Seabrook, unsympathetic book, tells with some pride and a movie ending of how he became a public charge. What led to his alcoholism, or what bound up with it, was a collapse of his nervous system. Though the present writer was not so entangled, having at the time not tasted so much as a glass of beer for 6 months. It was his nervous reflexes that were giving away. Too much anger and too many tears.
Instead of being so sorry for yourself, listen,
she said. She always says listen, because she thinks while she talks, really thinks. So she said,
listen, suppose this wasn't a crack in you, suppose it was a crack in the Grand Canyon.
The crack's in me, I said heroically.
Listen, the world only exists in your eyes, your conception of it. You can make it as big or as small as you want to. And you're trying to be a little puny individual. By God, if I ever cracked, I'd try to make the world crack with me. Listen, the world only exists through your apprehension of it. And it's so much better to say that it's not you that's cracked. It's the Grand Canyon.
Baby ate up all her Spinoza.
I don't know anything about Spinoza. I know,
she spoke, then of old woes of her own that seemed in telling to have been more dolorous than mine, and how she had met them, overridden them, beaten them. I felt a certain reaction to what she said, but I'm a slow-thinking man, and it occurred to me simultaneously that of all natural forces, vitality is an incommunicable one. In days when juice came into one as an article without duty, one tried to distribute it, but always without success. To further mix metaphors, vitality never takes. You have it or you haven't it, like health or brown eyes or honor or a baritone voice. I might have asked some of it from her, neatly wrapped and ready for home cooking and digestion, but I could never have got it. Nor if I'd waited around for 1,000 hours with a tin cup of self-pity. I could walk from her door holding myself very carefully like cracked crockery and go away into the world of bitterness, where I was making a home with such materials as are found there. Unless madness or drugs or drink come into it, this phase comes to a dead end, eventually, and is succeeded by a vacuous quiet. In this you can try to estimate what has been sheared away and what is left.
Thanks for everyone who's joined us on this PlaguePod. I was feeling I wasn't quite cracking up. I was feeling in low spirits before this, and it's been nice to spend some time with you. Thanks for turning up and hanging out. I got especially psyched with that amazing Corona Quest speedrun. Surely next time someone's going to crack it We're almost there, people. Now let's just have a few tunes and wind down before we say goodbye to this PlaguePod. Thanks very much to Agnès, to Mark and to Matt for joining us. Please remember all the cool stuff you hear on here. A lot of it comes from our books. Agnès' book Dialectic of Pop is available now. CCRU writings, Bang Noumena. Check out all of this on the Urbanomic website, urbanomic.com. Been looking at the sales figures for the last 3 months. That curve doesn't look good, so get out there and buy some books.
Super sharp, shoot the shots. Super sharp, shoot the shots.
big tune going out to the AI. Very special tune.
take a ride on the wild side. Love tonight, be sincere. Love tonight, be sincere. Be sincere. Be sincere. Be sincere. Caress me. I want you tonight. I love you. Just look what he's done for me. My eyes are on you, so special. Don't do it. Be sincere. I'm crazy. Don't do it. Be sincere. 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 Be sincere.
Oh, it's a long, long while from May till December, and the days grow short when you reach September. And the autumn weather turn the leaves to flame. One hasn't got time for the waiting game. And it's a long, long while from May till December, and the days go short when you reach September, and the days dwindle down to a precious few. September, November, and these few precious days I'll spend with you. These precious days